Hello, hello. Closing the YouTube app on my phone. I found a great new artist. Actually, I found her on Twitch. I've been spending more time on the music category on Twitch. There's a lot of talented people out there. Let me see if I can get an audio check here. That's good. All right. And so hello everyone, and welcome to another Franchise Fridays. We are back with more Borderlands 3. And today, we're going to try to see if we can do a one-shot of the Revenge of the Cartels event. I'm a little happy. You can see I kind of spruced up Zane a little bit. In that, if you're here for last stream, he was wearing the same clothes, but the default coloring of this skin, which is the skin from the Tiny Tina Vault card, it's the full metal. His shirt and his elbow pads are red, like red and mauve and like shades of that. And I remembered that you could change. I was thinking like last night, because I was playing last night off stream a little bit. I was thinking like, I wish I could change that color because I really want Zane's main element to be cryo, and it is cryo. At least the way I play him is cryo. And so I want him to sort of look like that or come off that way in some aspect. Which is to say I want at least some of his clothes to be blue, like blue ice or water or whatever. And then I remembered you can go and you can customize the colors of the skins. And so I didn't touch the outside jacket, the black and whatnot. But I did tweak two colors in the middle, so he has like a little bit of light blue and a little bit of like light glowy blue. You can kind of see that on his shoulder pad and his hat, and some darker blue as well. I felt those two shades of blue went well together, so we have him a little more iced up. So very cool looking. But let's get into the opening announcements, and then I will tell you what we did last Friday in Borderlands 3, and then we'll just jump on in. I'm also going to show you, I think, one new piece of gear that I picked up yesterday. I learned something. Well, I didn't really learn something. It just occurred to me from something that Jamera, who is a regular in here, told me. And we'll get into that. So, first, for everyone just jumping into the Twitch channel, and for everyone just seeing this on the YouTube channel, if this is the first time you popped into the YouTube channel and you're seeing this, well, welcome. And I am your host, Lord Orfeo. I stream at least 5 days a week, and I stream a little something different each and every day of the week. I know not every person is into every game or game genre, I get it, and so I like to stream a variety of things to appeal to a more varied audience. Also, doing so helps to prevent me from getting burnt out on any one game or game genre for the most part. And so it's a win-win. And so to that end, I have created various stream themes throughout the week. So Mondays, excuse me, Mondays, we have what I call Monday Marvel. And for Monday Marvel, we can stream any game from any genre, but no horror, no role-playing game. Those game genres have their own stream days set aside specifically for them. Also, the game we stream on Mondays cannot be part of a series. It has to be a one-off. No prequels, no sequels. As a result of that, we typically stream indie games on Tuesdays. I take off. That's more of a personal me day. Wednesdays, in the Discord, we have a Discord. Just type !Discord in the Twitch chat to get the link. It's also on various other channels. On the YouTube channel, it's elsewhere on the Twitch channel. We have anime afternoons there, and we screen through 2 episodes from a given series. And then afterwards on Twitch, we have our weekly Just Chatting stream community chat, and gaming news, during which we discuss community updates, gaming news, and game releases for the week. Thursdays, we have RPG afternoons. So if you like role-playing games, that is the day for you. Fridays are Franchise Fridays, which is what we're doing today. And they're similar to Mondays. We can stream any game from any genre, but no horror, no role-playing games. And but unlike Mondays, the game we stream on Fridays must be part of a larger series. Hence the name Franchise Fridays. Because of this, we typically stream AAA games on Friday. Saturdays are Spooky Saturdays, and so if you like horror games and all things creepy, that is for you. And then Sundays I tend to take off as well. That's more of a family. So if any of those stream themes are of interest to you, then I encourage you to drop me a follow. I hope to see you sometime during the week. And with our opening announcements now out of the way, let us return to the stream of the day. And again, we are here for Borderlands 3 from Gearbox Software. And we can see here from the stream chat that Jamera is here. Hello, Jamera. Jamera has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. I was just talking about you, Jamera. Cheers. So, yes, today. Oh, that's right. Last Friday. So last Friday for our 22nd stream session, was it 22nd or 21st? I posted in the Discord. 22nd. For our 22nd stream in Borderlands 3, we beat the Bounty of Blood DLC. And today, because the Halloween event had us kind of bouncing around to different planets, and then it had its own unique location, which I thought was really cool, I kind of wanted to just spend today focused on the Revenge of the Cartels event. Now, this is going to have an effect on next Friday's stream. And that is because next Friday's stream is going to be all about DLC 4, The Fantastic Clustercluck. It'll be my first playthrough of that DLC. And it also coincides with our first scheduled 12-hour stream. So, recently we hit 500 followers on the Twitch channel. I know it's not 500 right now, but we hit 500, and I promised that once we hit 500 followers, we'd have a poll, and that poll would be on what day you would like to see me have a 12-hour stream. Friday won the poll, and so the first Friday of next month, we would have a scheduled 12-hour stream, and so that's going to be all Borderlands 3, and it's going to be all focused on the Fantastic Clustercluck. So I'm looking forward to it. 2 a.m. Neat, yes. 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 2 o'clock in the morning. My time. So let's load in. And let me pop in my earbuds as well. And I will show you my, actually, 2 new pieces of gear. And then we'll dive into the event. I'm also not sure how long today's event is going to be, or today's stream is going to be. Just because I'm not sure how long it'll take us to knock out at least everything in the event that I want to knock out. We're probably not going to do everything. Just like we didn't do everything in the Halloween event. But I would at least like to get to, like, the special location. And fight the special boss. Jamir says, so, Revenge of the Cartels. Some of the best guns in the game. Ooh. Of those guns, only one actually fits your weapon theme. Is it a shotgun or a handgun? Or a sniper? A pistol. Ooh. What does it shoot? Cryo? I have a little smudge on my glasses.
Find him aboard the sanctuary and come alone, or with no more than 3 trusted accomplices.
And hello, Creepy. How are you doing today? Creepy has redeemed. Hello, I'm new to stream. Well, welcome to our stream for the very first time, Creepy. We are very happy to have you. Again, for the first time. And Creepy has also redeemed a hydrate very well after I'm finished wiping down the lens of my glasses. Lens of my glasses? I feel like saying the lens of my glass. Like, that seems like more proper. They're called glass. Anyway. There we go, much better. And I will have a sip. Cheers, Creepy. Wait. Oh, that wasn't Creepy. I was reading Jamera's hydration redemption that I did earlier. That's what happens when you have your glasses off when you're trying to reach out. Jamera says it has 2 fire modes. One fires projectiles that are non-elemental, but can apply a dot. The other is fire, and will deal some extra damage to any targets taking the dot from the non-elemental mode. Oh, okay. That's not bad. I think I still needed, like, I still needed a better fire elemental handgun. So I think out of all the elemental handguns I had before I stopped carrying all of them with me, fire was the weakest one. And I think I might have found a stronger fire one. I think I just threw it in the safe, but we'll see. Think a better Frozen Devil. Ah, that is good. This did not redeem. Great. So let me show you the 2 new pieces of gear I picked up. Jamera gave me this idea. So, a few streams back, might have just been a couple of streams back, Jamera said that before you use a gold key on Sanctuary, or a diamond key for that matter, go and adjust Mayhem mode to like 10 or 11, and then use those keys. That way, when the weapons or items become available to you through gold key or diamond key use, they have a much stronger version, the Mayhem 10 or Mayhem 11 versions of those items. And that got me to thinking, Creepy says, time to work. All right, enjoy your shift, Creepy. I hope it goes well for you. That got me to thinking, well, can I just set Mayhem mode on like 10 or 11 and then just bounce around from city to city and check the vending machines? And you can. And so I spent some time last night bouncing back and forth between vending machines on Sanctuary 3 and on the Naughty Peak house on Eden 6 and in the Lodge from Zerlorgos in DLC 2 and Vestige on Gehenna and what was the last one? On the Meridian Metroplex on Promethea. And I was just bouncing around all those different areas, searching all the events. And I came across 2 items that I was happy with. One is a grenade mod, and the other is a corrosive handgun. So now, just because I like having my backpack inventory kind of clean, I only carry my main handgun and a backup handgun, and that's it. I don't carry all the other elemental handguns. And so cryo works pretty well, as I want that to be Zane's main element. It works pretty well for taking down shields. I don't think it works as well as like shock, but it still works pretty well. And it does slow enemies. It does do damage. So I'd like it. I like it a lot in this game. But if something has strong armor, cryo doesn't really work as well. So my backup gun is corrosive. And so what I did was I got a new corrosive handgun. I was using the Hornet, I found this level 72 doll Mayhem level 10 Nemesis, and it's got like, I think it's got like over 10,000 extra points of damage on it. So very, very nice. I'm quite happy with this. The only thing I wish it could do is to re-roll its anoint, because I don't use barrier, but I don't have enough iridium bricks anymore. I actually re-rolled quite a few things. I tried to re-roll. I re-rolled the anointment on the shotgun. That's not bad. I kind of like that. I tried re-rolling the sniper rifle, and I'm still not happy with it, but it's decent. It's like, well, enemies are below 25% health, gain 50% increased weapon damage. I would have preferred to have it like, if enemies are over 90%, gain a certain amount of weapon damage. Because most of the time when I use a sniper rifle, the enemy isn't aware that I'm there, which means they haven't taken damage yet. If they have taken damage, I mean, yeah, sometimes I will like pick them, like nickel and dime them down with a sniper rifle, and so in that sense, like, this perk would help, but it's just not typically the way I use sniper rifles. I typically use sniper rifles to start a fight. I don't use it to finish a fight. So again, not really happy with it. But once I get more iridium bricks, I want to re-roll sniper again, and I want to re-roll venomous nemesis. The other thing that I got is a new grenade mod. So this new grenade mod is not as strong in terms of its raw damage as the previous cryo grenade mod had, but it's more damage overall. And that is Torg's Tina's Hippity Hopper. I don't think I've used this grenade since, like, I was maybe level 5. But I looked into it. It has like 7,000 less damage than my previous grenade mod, and it has like almost half the radius, of my previous grenade mod. So then why would I use it if it's weaker, right? Weaker and smaller radius. Well, I went on to the Borderlands wiki, and I read about Tina's Hippity Hopper, and it's actually a lot stronger than its card, than it first appears by reading its card. And what it does is it actually spawns multiple grenades. When you throw it, it bounces forward once, and as it's arcing for that first bounce, it spawns 2 additional grenades. Then after it lands, it bounces backwards once, and as it bounces backwards, it spawns 2 more grenades. Then it bounces backwards again, spawns 2 more grenades, and then they all explode. So you get 7 grenades for 1 throw, and each grenade is 90,700. So when you just look at the card, if you don't know the special effect, it looks like it's half the radius, or about half the radius, and like 7,000 points of damage less. But when you factor in the additional grenades, the other 6 grenades that spawn in addition to the first one, it more than makes up the difference in terms of damage and radius, because the grenades spread out. So I'm going to get a whole bunch of enemies. I'm going to deal some good cryo damage. I think this also has like 10% less cryo efficiency, but I'll take it. The damage is higher, the spread is wider, and it's still cryo, so I like it. Jamera says, and there's a little unintended feature with that non-elemental mode. Can ignore the immune phases on 2 bosses, Troy and Rampager. Huh. He says, I miss transfusion grenades. Those still exist, creepy. Yes! The previous grenade mod, which I sold, which I'm kind of sad that I sold. My previous cryo grenade mod was transfusion. And the one that I threw in the safe is also transfusion, but it's better in terms of it having a better, like, more damage, but it's not as good as in its effect. And I'll show you that one right now before we do the cartel event. Where are you? Oh, I just looked at the modifier. It's cryo, so... No. No. That's it. The transfusion longbow heals for 120% of health damage dealt. So this is the one I was using before, the one that has like double the radius and like 7,000 more damage. Before I used this one, I had a better one, but it was like level 65, and it had like 30,000 less damage, which is why I started using this one. And that one had the effect of not only healing for 120% of health damage dealt, but I think it also gave me like plus 60%, something like plus 60% of shields from shield damage dealt. So basically, you would throw the grenade and you would get back both health and shields. This one only gives you back health. So, but this one also deals like 30,000 more damage than my previous grenade mod, my previous transfusion grenade mod. So that's why I started using it. But then yeah, I thought to just replace it with Tina's Hippity Hopper, and it's fun. All right. Oh, that's right. We're going to our Saurian friend log our new quest. Ooh. I so love the look of this gun. The animated blue texture is so pretty. If that were cryo instead of non-elemental, I would totally use that. Actually, no, I wouldn't. The gun I have now is awesome. I feel like I found my gun here, like my main handgun that I never want to change, unless I just find a better version. Which, by the way, I also got cocky last night. I was like, you know what? I wonder if I can do Mayhem level 10 with my character. I bet I can. And so I left difficulty at Mayhem 10, and I went to Pandora. The very early level on Pandora. I forget what it's called. The Droughts. I went to the Droughts, and I started traveling from the very first spawn location, and I got around here. I didn't even cross the bridge. I was just like right around here, and I killed some of the dog creatures, and then I went up here, and I killed some of the humans, and I was like, this isn't hard at all. I can do this. But I was using my Digiclone and my Sentinel, and they were still wrecking. Absolutely wrecking at Mayhem level 10. Then my Digiclone died. And then my Sentinel wore off, and it was just me. And my shields held out for a little bit, but then they dropped, then I dropped, and I tried to get second wind with this gun, and it wasn't doing anything. I mean, I could have been missing, that's also it. But like I was just looking at an enemy and firing, and it didn't look like it was doing anything. Like, and it's crazy because this is a level 72 Mayhem level 10 gun. And so it's like, why is this not doing anything? And I know it wasn't some modifiers. I know there's a modifier for Mayhem 10 where it's like enemies have a chance of being immune to cryo. That's not it. I made sure I didn't have that one on. So I wasn't really sure what was going on there. Like I said, I could have just got nervous. Maybe I was missing. It was crazy. Ruby says, yeah, but they're not as good as they used to be. I mean, not as good as they used to be, but not the same. Let's see. Remember, says Zane requires his meta build to get things done on M10. Let's see. Where's... There he is.
Hunger on you. Good. You will find Maurice's enemies and make them your own.
I'll be whoever's enemy you like, if the pay is right. Or if I'm bored. Who's the target?
Maurice has made enemies of powerful people. As part of his ongoing mission to learn the Warm Blood's ways, he joined a high-stakes poker game. He apparently has a knack for it, but there was a misunderstanding. In Maurice's world, it is good manners for the winner of a contest to devour the loser. The organizers of the game were unfamiliar with this custom.
Ah, been there. Except I used a knife. Teeth. The knives of the face. Sorry, what were we talking about?
The leader of the Galactic Iridium Cartel now seeks vengeance. Already some of his lackeys have broken Maurice's arm and threatened worse. You will find this cartel leader's hideout and slay him. But it is well hidden. Maurice requires the coordinates in order to send you there. Begin with his informants.
How do you suppose we find the cowards, then?
Maurice last had an informant sent in Ascension Bluff. Perhaps they cower nearby.
I miss pizza and running water and being mad about celebrity affairs.
You know from that complaint it had to be. Let me turn up my monitor a little bit. There we go. I had it cranked down. Game. Now go to work. Alright, creepy. Have a good one.
You think Promethea will ever do?
I hope so. Let's select the quest. There it is. Revenge of the Cartel. Ultraviolet Nights. Maurice has run afoul of the Iridium Cartel. The crime boss, Joey Ultraviolet, is hidden in his secret hideout. In order to find it, he'll have to hunt down his underlings across the galaxy for the coordinates. For an objective, search Galaxy for a Cartel operative. Optional objective, go to Cartel's last known position in the Ascension Bluff. Alright, let's do it. I don't know why I backed out of the menu. I was thinking to just... What are you doing? Oh, I guess I just got, like, people patrolling here. Guns. Okay, where are you from? I didn't have to walk all the way back here. I know I could have just used the hand thingy, the radio, but I like walking. It's just, I'm so used to it from the old Borderlands games, I may never fully adjust. Alright, back to Pandora. And the Ascension Bluff. Cliffside region. I wonder where on the Ascension Bluff they are. Well, we'll find out. I'm really enjoying Borderlands 3. But I kind of wish there was more of it. And I felt that way also with Borderlands, the pre-sequel. Like, when I say more of it, I don't mean bigger maps. I mean just like, actually preferably smaller maps, but just more smaller maps, more individual areas, more planets to explore. Like, I like Zane. I like this character. I like the build. I like the weapons and items in this game. I'd be fine if they just kept adding more and more content in Borderlands 3. And who knows, maybe they will. I mean, I don't think they're going to at this point, but I think a lot of people thought they'd never see another DLC to Borderlands 2 before Fight for Sanctuary, so who knows. Alright, let's check the map here. That's not that far, okay. Revenge of the Cartels, Ultraviolet Nights. Search Galaxy for a Cartel operative. Alright. Hello? There we go. Yeah, we're just gonna use the standard car here. Thank you, Ellie. Oh! Wrong way? Wrong way. who was that? That looked like a very chubby person. Was that like a special mob? I mean, that may not even matter. Because this is a low-level area. Okay, it is this way. I wonder what level they're going to be.
Maurice, killed an informant, got the coordinates.
Already?
Come on. Well, look at this.
Oh, there we go. Cartel Thug, they're at level 36. The Tenderizer. Legendary.
Delicious spycraft. These are only partial coordinates. You will need more of their secret numbers to decipher the location of the cartel's wealth den. But he lives on in all our hearts as a symbol of our holy service. We must
430.
good. You will kill more informants. You will collect more coordinates. You will save Maurice's hide.
Ooh, legendary. Compressing grease trap. Extremely flammable. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Kind of a shame I can't use it. Because, you know, I out-leveled it a long time ago. But still cool. Let me take a look at it. I'm probably... Yeah, I think I'm going to save it just because. I like to collect handguns. I'll just throw it on the safe. Grease Trap is a unique to Cartels event, so of course you haven't seen it yet. Oh, is this the gun you're talking about? Or is this a different gun? So I guess they're not going to give me, like, a new location. That's the one, yeah? Okay. So are they just, like, anywhere? Do they just randomly spawn potentially anywhere on the map? Random spawns. Any enemy can have the cartel indicator. Oh. Well, let's go where there's a lot of enemies then. Oh wait, any enemy. Well, we're already here. So I'll make my way up through the Holy Broadcast Center. And then if we don't get 30 coordinates by the time we make our way through here, I think I'll go to Electricity, because Electricity is always crawling with enemies. The indication is a neon glow. If you see one with a green and pink glow on them, keep an eye on the color beacon they drop. That's significant? The color of the beacon?
I spy
Ooh, iridium. Oh, he's vibrating. He's a dancer. Look at that. All 3 enemies died right there. That was awesome.
Thinking I can crack it now. This will be just for the crack.
Whoa. It took 3 hits. Alright. Come on.
Save me, Tyrene!
Nope. I killed her. Now you're gonna kill yourself. I love the shield. Oh, there we go. Yes, beacon color indicates what will spawn after you kill the informant. If it's blue, you get normal thugs. If it's orange, you get thugs and one of Joey Ultraviolet's underbosses. Huh? Let's see. Arctic hyena. Third of the way there. This shield really is not objectively as good as the Rico. The Rico, I feel like the Rico's the best shield in the whole game. But just for my build, specifically my build, the Cryo build, I think that the Void... Is it Void Rift? Yeah, the Void Rift is better. Just because it is Cryo. But if I weren't going for an elemental theme, Rico all day. Oh, there's another one.
You should back away. You're gonna regret coming here.
2 cartel thugs.
Trigger finger's getting tired over here. That's how you do it.
There's 13. I wasn't even paying attention. Oh, there we go. Oh, I didn't even kill him. That was cool. He literally stepped into the radioactive goo to kill me, and that just caused him to melt. Come on. Explode for 42,000. It's those underbosses that typically drop more of the decoder rings you need for the event, and one of the cartel legendaries. Oh, see. I was also thinking about last night, trying to see if I could get a Mayhem level 10 Void Rift shield. I was like, no. If I can't handle one of the weakest areas on Pandora with normal enemies at Mayhem 10, I'm not going to be able to go fight that boss to farm a Mayhem level 10 shield. Not going to happen. Yeah, I need assistance with that one, yeah. Maybe that could also be an activity we do if people are up for it. If not, that's fine. Oh, money. Let's get the money. I guess I'll take that to sell. Alright. We're halfway there. Let's try, like I said, going to Electricity. I also noticed something about Gehenna, the planet of Gehenna, which I thought was interesting. Gehenna is the only planet when you select locations that does not rotate. I thought that's weird. You'd be down, show off the full strength of your Moes. Awesome. So like with Pandora, when I click through different locations, like right now it's on Ascension Bluff, if I go Devil's Razor, like the planet actually spins as it highlights the different locations on the map that you want to go to. And that happens, I didn't mean to back out. That happens for every location, including DLC 2, which is Zerlorgos. Though in Zerlorgos, all the locations are like clumped up together, so it really doesn't rotate that much. But when you go to Gehenna, you don't see anything. I mean, you kind of see like the areas in blue, if those are the real areas. Those could just be water, I don't know. But as you scroll through, the planet doesn't rotate. It doesn't select anything on the planet, which, I mean, it's a little weird. I mean, it's not like bad, or it's just out of place. Like, I wonder why that's different. Where am I going? Electricity. That's right. Electricity is Promethea. I get to try out my new grenade mod now. I tried it a little bit last night, but not really that much. Via my Sentinel. No, I'm gonna go back. There's probably more enemies this way. There we go.
Came from.
Hmm. Bots. The bots could be Cartel. Interesting. Whoa! Someone has hit me pretty hard there. The Cartel thugs change based on location. So you could get Cartel thug skags. That's funny. Or Cartel thug Malawan troops. Oh, they were taking money from the Cartel. It's cool how when he throws stuff at me, that doesn't count as shooting. And so the shield doesn't activate. I guess it only activates for bullets.
Try to get me, poser! Begging for a barrier. Hell yeah! I'm on fire! But not literally.
I thought by now I'd be up to 30.
You pustulant ass crack! You look better with bull. The vault thieves are winning.
He killed his own person with that radiation gun. That was awesome.
Cast off the heretic.
Oh, I thought that was going to get him.
Finding cover.
Gotcha. Well, we gained like 3. I guess we'll go someplace else then. Wait. Let's go straight right. Let's go to the Zero's assassin mission area. There's some enemies there. Maybe some of those will be Cartel.
Ferocity's my middle name. Then Ferocity Flint. You throwing ships at me now?
There we go. Okay, where am I going? Right. I love they can just stand in an area for the most part, not really do much. And they all just die.
More gold must be on me!
Let me see your armor!
You're weak!
This event did add a shotgun, but it's not that great in your opinion.
Got the piss ass right where we want him!
And bullets for you, and bullets for you. Everybody gets bullets! You left this in my place! Call me!
Oh, he made a mistake. If he would have stayed over there, he'd have been safe. I was gonna jump across. What element is a shotgun? And in case you're interested in what it does, shoots laser beams, ooh, and burgers? With every consumed ammo after the first ammo. Burgers have an arcing trajectory, explode on impact, and deal cryo splash damage. Each burger that hits an enemy generates 2 additional burgers. Additional burgers shoot out left and right in a right angle. Always fire for the laser. Oh. So it's fire and ice. The laser's fire, the burgers are ice. No. If it were a cryo laser with cryo burgers, I think that would be really cool. I'd probably go for that. But not a heat laser with cryo burgers.
That wasn't so hard now, was it?
Oh, there he is. Level 73 Judge Hightower. Even a level 73 enemy goes down pretty easily. So long as I don't let him whack me with his melee. And it also adds a really good launcher. Alright, well I guess we're getting out of here then. Where else could we go? I don't like Skywell. Um, Athena's. I barely ever return to Athena's. Unless I have to for like a goal or something. Like to complete a daily or weekly objective.
I've got bullets with your name on them. Well, wait, that came out wrong. Everyone has their price. Happy to help. Always a pleasure, Vault Hunter.
18 million. And I have nothing else to spend money on because I've got all the SCU upgrades. I'm kind of toying around with the idea of maybe like when I just want to do something in Borderlands 3, maybe I'll revisit the casino, the Handsome Jackpot, and just hang out in the first area, just gambling it away on the different slot machines, or maybe just do that on Sanctuary at Moxie. Because, like, I never go to Moxie's. There's never a reason to. If I don't get all 30 here, I'm gonna go back to the Malawan takedown. So that's a kind of a DLC area. Can these cartel enemies appear in DLC areas or only like in main story areas? Like in main campaign areas? In fact, it used to be so good that Gearbox nerfed it a while back. Used to be that the launcher's damage number was applied to its extra projectiles that the main one split into. Now the damage is just spread evenly among the 4 projectiles. Okay. Event stuff can spawn anywhere. Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna make my way from where I am now to the boss of this area, Trunt, Truant or Tront. And if I don't have 30 by then, I'm heading back to Mount. Oh, there we go. There's one.
Assassination on the house.
He outran the cryo. I'm coming. Ah, Wipeout's here. Hello, Wipeout. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? It says, hey, bud. About to watch the part of Xeno stream I missed last night. Oh, okay. We did it, Wipeout. We made it to Disc 2.
It's possible you picked the wrong battle.
Congrats, thank you. So many enemies. That's a nice umbrella.
Let's have us a Donnybrook then.
Because I could. Ordered Zippy Cold Warrior. I've been looking for a better version of a class mod. This is not it. 6 more. You killed 3 bosses last night. You didn't want to miss it. You're gonna catch up now. Understandable. I was in your stream for a bit, and I was seeing the screenshots you were posting in Discord. Gonna catch up now. All right, be back later. Oh, Regium.
What you hiding?
Oh, there's one. Five left.
That one have a bounty? No. You sure? And bullets for you. And bullets for you. Everybody gets bullets.
One left. Oh, we did it. On my way, Maurice. And I think while I'm on Sanctuary, I'm also going to try re-rolling. I think I only have enough Iridium bricks to re-roll one item. I'll look through the items I want to re-roll and re-roll the worst one. I think the only ones I really want to re-roll are the sniper and the new corrosive handgun I got. But I think the corrosive handgun needs rolling more, because it's like Its anointment is for barrier, and I don't use barrier anymore. So its anointment's completely worthless. Oh, wait. The grease trap. I guess we'll go this way first. Can I sell my other loot here? No, I can't. Yeah, well, barrier's active. That's... Oh, I can't even re-roll it. I need another 3 iridium bricks to re-roll it. Ah, well. But now since I put it there, did the skin get reset? No, okay. I'll probably start spending my money trying to get iridium.
Kill you. Oh, sorry, I was talking to someone else.
Over here at Moxie's or somewhere else playing the there it is, the vault line slot machine. Oh, I can't even do that because it costs 10 bricks to play. Ah, well. I don't want to spend bricks with the ability to win bricks. I want to spend money with the ability to win bricks. Oh, that's right, Maurice. Like, where was I going now? I got totally thrown off.
Damn you, Tyrene Calypso. Damn you.
You have the coordinates. Good. Maurice shudders in anticipation. Now he can send you to the cartel leader's hideout. You will go there and warm your teeth on their leader's heart.
Oh, this is the same as he did for Heck. Oh, he has this little Malawan teleportation device. That's kind of cool. Do not activate. Never. Never. Or never ever. That looks like Athena's. Ultraviolet. Villa Ultraviolet. New location.
the sweat of their leader. He is near. Find him and gnash him until he is no more. The hideout is barred by several gates, shut like a jaw locked on a femur. You will release it by obliterating the Cartel's lackeys.
All right. Head to the front gate and find the cartel boss. Let's see the map. Okay. It's not that big. It's a good size, though. Not bad at all. Wait, what? Oh, that takes it back to Sanctuary 3. Gotcha. Alright, before we go further, let me see what the... There we go. I feel like I should have read this first. Do we have any more keys? No, we're very close, though. Kilgrave Ward. We'll do that next. Billy the Anointed. I don't remember where he is. 15 Skags. We'll knock out all 3 of those. Those are pretty... We can do those pretty quickly. The daily challenges. Alright. Okay, here we go. Revenge of the Cartels. Active. It's a crime-fighting time. Joey Ultraviolet, the head of the Galactic Iridium Cartel, has sworn revenge on Maurice, Sanctuary 3's resident sentient saurian. It's up to you to save Maurice's scales and take down the cartel. Agents of the cartel can be found all around the galaxy. Hunt them down and assemble the coordinates of Joey Ultraviolet's secret hideout. Be careful. As you gain the cartel's attention, they'll send powerful underbosses to stop you. Once you've deciphered the location, you'll pay Joey a visit in person and make sure he doesn't bother anyone ever again. By, killing him. Find Maurice on Sanctuary 3 to begin the revenge of the cartels. Which we did. Rewards? Really? After all that, we didn't accomplish anything? The King of Purple. Defeat Joey Ultraviolet. Oh, well, we're going to do that. Mr. Good Stuff. Defeat Joey Ultraviolet in Mayhem 1 or greater. Ooh. Oh. I was like, yeah, I'll do that. And then I saw you have to do it 10 times. Pupsicles. Kill Cryptosec Frontrunners with cryo damage. Cryptosec Frontrunner. Oh, I guess the cartel has vehicles too. That's cool. I didn't see any of those. 3 minutes of playtime. Defeat Joey Ultraviolet in under 3 minutes. I'm pretty sure I can do that. Can't touch this. Kill Joey Ultraviolet without taking damage from laser traps and corrosive traps. Oh, so I have to be careful. We'll see what happens. That's grape candy. Smash iridium dust piles. Iridium dust piles? I haven't seen any iridium dust piles. The only time I saw iridium dust piles is on what was it? Not the loading screen. The screen before you launch into the game. That changes depending on the event you have active. That's the only time I've seen iridium dust piles. Every mansion needs a puzzle. Solve the hidden puzzle in the Ultraviolet Mansion. Ooh. There's a puzzle here. Well, if I find it, I'll try to solve it. Marking your territory. Find and use all golden toilets in the Ultraviolet Mansion before you leave. We'll try that too. Mobster Kill. Kill cartel gang members. 800? Flawless victory. Complete the Revenge of the Cartels mission without dying. I'm pretty sure we can do that. 6 feet underbosses. Kill cartel underbosses. 50 of them. Locked in here with me. Kill 6 underbosses in one map playthrough. I think that's more of like a matter of luck or just patience. Or both. Mayhaps, Mayhem may help. Kill underbosses in Mayhem 1 or greater. Never slap a slapper. Kill fish slap with a slap. Melee damage. I've never seen... I guess it's one of the underbosses? Seasoning in the wound. Kill the tenderizer while he is healing himself. Oh, I did that one. Penetration testing. Kill Franco Firewall with his own crypto spikes. Sack tap. Shoot meat sacks off Burnt End's gang members. And your lunch money. Shoot backpacks off perpetrators' gang members. Okay. Underbosses will always spawn around the mansion. Gotcha. So, I'm pretty sure we're going to knock out at least how many of these? We're going to do that one. That's one. I would do that one, but that's 30. Do that one, that's 2. That may or may not happen. We're going to try for that one, but I can't guarantee we're going to do it. Like, I might not be able to solve it. Same, we're going to try for that one, not sure if we're going to be able to solve it. Or find them all, I should say. That we're probably going to do, so that's 3. Okay, so we're gonna complete at least 3 of these, maybe 5 or 6. So that should get us the Cosmic Ring Echo Device skin, which looks really pretty. Not gonna use it, but it looks really pretty. And maybe the Pandora Sunset Weapon Trinket, which I think looks really, really pretty. What else is there? Framed Tenderizer Room Decoration? Nah. The Digital Horizons weapon skin, that looks pretty cool. I wouldn't use it, but I think it looks cool. It looks kind of VR futuristic sci-fi. Which is kind of the theme of the Revenge of the Cartels. And the Grid Runner skin, I think that looks pretty cool too, but again, that's not something I would use. An underboss will always spawn at the front door. Well, let's not keep them wait. Oh wait. Back here. They reused the Athena's map. They made it look different. But it's I feel like this is basically that map. Just like for Heck, they reused, I think for Heck they do the same thing. For Heck, they reuse the Athena's map as well. That is pretty. He's doing all right for himself. Oh crap. I got so nervous there, I was like, oh crap, I'm gonna die. I don't know where I'm going. I didn't know it was just gonna, like, push me out like that. Cartel hideout. Wait, a fast travel point? Why is there a fast travel point here? Can I come back here whenever I want? I don't need to collect more stuff? There was no fast travel point in Heck. Interesting. I can return here whenever I want. Very interesting. I'm coming. What is that? Crypto spike. Oh, that's a crypto spike? Aren't I supposed to use those? How do I use it? I guess I have to detonate it somehow. No bonus for you. Killing him will lock you out of the villa. Killing who? You can come back whenever if you don't kill Joey. Oh, killing him will lock you out of the villa. I got you. I got you. So I can always return to the location, but if I kill Joey, the gates will be locked to me. Unless maybe I just redo like the entire cartel event where you have to gather the codes again. I see. I see.
Get the fun shots for your gunshots at Doctor's Edge Portable Clinic.
I thought I picked something up. I guess not. You can still come back, but the gate will be locked, and you will require a password.
If you're waiting for a lollipop, well,
Oh, is the password like a code that we have to reassemble by killing the cartel guys again?
I'm all without it. It's just a short.
Those enemies hit pretty hard. I might have to rely on more than just my shield to kill everyone. I have like 3 grades of like offensive strategies that I use. Like strat 1, just let my shield do all the work. If that's not strong enough, then I call out either my sentinel, my digiclone, or both. If that doesn't work, then I start using gun. Level 73. Nah. Sentinel.
Come on up, learn a thing or two.
Begging for a burial.
Ooh. I am gonna have to use both. Get him. Oh, he despawned. Alright. Gotcha. Oh, it didn't travel far enough. Oh, it did travel far enough. It just didn't kill him. He dodged that? I'm impressed. Get him.
We passed the first gate, Maurice, but your pal's not here.
Claw your way further, Vault Hunter. The air is heavy with his fear.
I want to explore the other part of the villa. Oh, it's a cute car. Oh, that's right. I do have to be a little thorough because I'm trying to find all the toilets. And I don't know where the toilets are. Anything up here? Nope. The toilets are all inside the villa? 19 million.
Back someone down and pop him. They'll be singing songs about that one. Six those pricks! Come on, come on, come on!
A cryosphere? You know you're trying to attack here?
I'm done.
That's right, you're done.
Grand superiority.
You're gonna try to cryosphere Zay. Please. Are all my guns loaded? Yeah, okay. He seems to have a cryo theme going. At least so far, with everyone that's attacking me. I wonder if that means he's going to resist cryo. That would be interesting. Hello? How you doing? Don't run. Gotcha. Ah. Oh, I should be collecting ammo, shouldn't I? I feel like behind one of these is going to be a weapon chest or a gun chest or something, but I guess not. I would have hidden something behind. Even if it was something small, like just a breakable iridium block.
Another bloody gate! Ah! I'm gonna go in this fancy house, and if I see one more gate in there, I'm liable to shoot somebody! More than usual!
More than usual.
The mansion. They cower within like hatchlings clinging to egg scraps.
Drones out!
Get him.
got a job to do.
Well done. Oh, I didn't notice you all here. Get him, little buddy.
That's Johnny Brook then.
A little something I've been working on.
That was pretty awesome. But I have to admit that was by mistake. I didn't mean for that to happen. Because the skins are the same, I forgot that I was holding the sniper rifle, and I thought I was holding the shotgun. That's why I was holding down the button, because I was charging my shot. Instead, it just kept firing until I was out of ammo and until my clip was empty. There's the shotgun. Is that it? Level 72 Atlas, cost-effective optimized OPQ system. Yep. Less damage. A lot less damage. Not as accurate. Worse handling. Faster reload by a bit. Faster fire rate. Much bigger mag size. BYOBB. Oh, that's an assault rifle. That's not a shotgun. I'll keep it anyway. I've never seen it before. It's probably exclusive to this event. OPQ system is stupidly overpowered? Really? Yeah, hold on to it. And I think we have, yes, more Guardian tokens. 4.37, 3.61, 3.61. Fight for your life movement speed. Plus 4.37%. I like how these structures are breakable. I mean, they're not fully breakable, but the fact that you can shatter some of the tiling off, that's cool. Making sure all my guns are... Yeah, okay. They're all loaded. Full on shotgun ammo. Full on handgun ammo. How am I doing on sniper ammo? I'm full on all ammo. Alright, we're ready then. Let's go. It's a bit of a long description on what it does, so bear with it. Okay, the OPQ system can toggle between assault rifle and OPQ system firing mode. Assault rifle, the OPQ's projectiles that hit enemy occasionally explode and deal shock splash damage. Well, that's good if you're trying to use it to take down shields. OPQ system has one charge that takes a while to regenerate. Deploys a drone, that's cool, that transforms into a flying copy of the OPQ. The OPQ copy can also cause explosions that deal shock splash damage. It follows the player and attacks the same targets as the player. Interesting. So basically, the OPQ assault rifle is like Zane's Sentinel. It only focuses on the enemy that you're attacking, not necessarily the enemy that you send it to, which can be a good and bad thing at the same time. It depends what you're looking for. But that is pretty cool. I like that. I just want to explore more of the map.
Maurice, I'm in the fancy house, looking at a very fancy fountain. I wonder what the resale value is.
Maurice's keen instincts tingle violently. There is something missing from that strange fountain. Complete the fountain, and your path will be clear.
Select fountain piece. It's a buff version. It's a buff version of its non-legendary counterpart, the Q system. 21.5 million. Alright, let me look at the map again. We're almost all the way through the map. Ooh, pretty. So these are the iridium dust piles. Well, we definitely have enough once we get back to Sanctuary now to re-roll our corrosive handgun. I have to say, Joey Ultraviolet has good taste. I think even Jack would think this place is cute. Trying to think of which way to go first. Let me see the map again. It looks like if I go downstairs and to the right. No, wait. Well, let's go upstairs first. Upstairs looks like it connects. And then we'll go downstairs to the right. Okay. Upstairs is just one big circle.
And you're dead! Fancy that!
Are the doors gold? Or at least gold plated. The gold toilets. This is the swankiest area I've ever seen in a Borderlands game. Nah.
You got a death wish?
The missing piece of the fountain cannot be far. Sniff it out, quickly!
Got any more for the meat grinder? Let's crack on!
Yay! Vault card level up.
Go on then!
Second win. Ah. Hmm. This also looks like it was kind of themed after Tony Montana's place. Oh, mounted spider ant. Room decoration. Ooh. Oh, this is what was missing. Golden moss.
Good. A most supple success. Return to the fountain with the fragment.
Ready to take you down. Still
Now entering the clone zone.
Oh, I may have to go back to the room I was in. Something just occurred to me. This desk looks like a lot like the desk of the office room I was in earlier. But what just occurred to me is that the other desk had a button on it. It had a keyboard with a button. And maybe that was involved in the puzzle of the mansion. Yeah, I'm gonna go back around. I don't know. I hope enemies aren't gonna respawn again. I don't want to have to fight a whole bunch of enemies all over again just to see if I was right about a hunch. Is this it? No, this isn't it. This is the bedroom. The office was in here. I missed a brick, though. I'll take that. There it is. Aha!
Ooh, a puzzle! And where there's puzzles, there's loot.
That's right. Aha, there's the puzzle. Okay. It's a numeric puzzle. I wonder if this is a puzzle you have to do right the first time, or if you mess up, you can retry it. Like in Heck, with the puzzle where you pull down the skulls, if you pull them down in the wrong order, that's it, you're screwed. You have to leave and come back. I don't know what order I'm supposed to pull the books. I would assume numerical order, but that can't be the solution. Okay. Okay, so we're supposed to use the books. That's the puzzle. Where's the clue? Maybe you don't have to interact with all the books. Maybe it's only some of the books. And maybe the books you interact with are the books that have these glowing symbols on them. But then, even if that's correct, which order do I push the books? It could be going from left to right, which would be that one, then that one, and then that one. Or it could be going from top to bottom. It would still be that one first, but then that would be second, and then that would be last. Unless that's also a... I don't know. Unless that's also a clue. This gold symbol here, and then there's another gold symbol here that looks the same, and then there's a gold symbol here that looks different. So maybe it's telling you, start with the one on the far left, which would be that one, then go to the one on the right that's similar to it, and then end with that one. But that's just a guess. We're gonna try it, though. Okay, so a Red Jacobs book. None of them are Red Jacobs books. There's a book there, but that doesn't have a number on it. Plain yellow, and a vault journal. None of these match. None of the books upon which these glowing symbols are set match any of the books over there. I first came into this room that maybe this bookshelf seems out of place with that raised platform there. Like, this probably rotates to reveal a weapon chest behind it. Monitors? I think it may have something to do with the monitors in the room. There's monitors in the room? Oh, the pictures. You don't know for sure, though? Alright, well, let's see. Let me get out my... That's... might be too... Okay. We have a circular diagram there. Like a hamster wheel. Then we have a pyramid. And then we have a cube. Okay, see, that makes sense. That makes sense. But I still don't know how to solve it. So if you're here behind the desk, which you would be if you, push the button and you're looking out, you have circle, pyramid, square, or circle, pyramid, cube. So then you come over here and you have circle, pyramid, cube. So that makes sense. So that's the order in which you're supposed to do it. But then it's like, well, okay, if that's the solution, then how does that make any sense? Because none of the books, again, upon which these are sitting, are the same as the books over there. So, I don't get it. Neither do you, but you'll look into it? Okay. So, circle has a yellow book with like an orange tab on it. I mean, it could also be the book that's underneath it, like a green Jacob's big book, but I don't think there's anything like that over there. Yellow book with an orange rectangle on it. Yellow and orange rectangle. Let's see. No. 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 None of these match. In fact, not only do these not match, some of them look exactly the same. Like, book 2 looks the same as book 6, which looks the same as book 7. Book 1 looks the same as book 5, which looks the same as book 9. And book 3 looks the same as book 4, which looks the same as book 8. Diagonal line bounces back and forth. Also bounces back and forth. Maybe it's significant that there's 3 book designs. Circle. Circle is second shelf to the far right. Wait, that would be book 6. And then it wants pyramid. Pyramid is what? Pyramid is top shelf, far left. So that would be book 1. 6-1. And then Q. 6-1-8. Those would all be books that look different. 6-1-8. That could be the numeric code. I'm going to guess that. I'm not going to put it in because you're looking it up. but that's my guess. See if I guessed correctly. Well, you found a vid explaining the puzzle. You'll link it to Discord. Alright, Jameer. I wonder if the solution is randomized each time. I remember once I was playing Resident Evil 2, and I came across a puzzle and I was stumped for a while. I think the puzzle stumped me for like 20 or 30 minutes. And after like the first 20 minutes, I'm like, I'm done. I just want the solution. And I tried to look up the solution, and the walkthrough is like, unfortunately, we can't give you the solution because the puzzles are, like, the answer to the puzzle is always randomized with every playthrough. The solution is random, but the way to get the solution is the same. Gotcha. Okay, here we go. Ultraviolet Mansion hidden puzzle solved and explained. I know, hold on, be patient. I have to actually... That's a nice looking gun that person has in the video. It looks like a scout rifle from Destiny. Okay. Oh, I didn't even realize that. In the video, when you push the button on the keyboard, it actually turns on all the monitors. I didn't even realize. I thought those were just pictures. Like, when I walked into the room, I didn't notice they were just all turned off. That's cool, because I had the camera just focusing down on the keyboard, not focusing on the room at large. Okay. Yeah, I saw the numbers. And they're going to the bookshelf with the things on it, right? On this shelf, you'll see the 3 possible shapes from the TV screen with 3 empty spaces above it. Right? Number the empty spaces in the sequence that you saw on the numbered bookshelf. Okay, on each empty column, you'll see a gold piece. Okay. Position the gold piece, position of the gold pieces tells the number of the shape it's above. What? Go back. I didn't understand that. Position of the gold piece tells the number of the shape it's above. What? Okay. And Fusion's here. Hello, Fusion. Welcome, welcome. Fusion says, I is here. Ticketmaster sucks. I didn't get tickets to see Queen. Oh, hopefully next Friday you'll get some. Better luck next Friday then, Fusion. I hope so, for your sake. I know you love your music. And Fusion has redeemed, hello, I'm new to stream. Well, welcome to the stream for the very first time. Again. And Fusion has also redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers. We are trying to solve a puzzle in the cartel event in Borderlands 3. So it's a pretty cool little puzzle. You come into this room after killing a bunch of enemies. You press the button on the keyboard that turns on some monitors that have various shapes: a circle, a pyramid, a cube. Then you look over here, and there's a bookshelf with glowy things on it. And so this should be, let's see, the gold piece is 1, 2, 3 down. So that's 7. Well, the first is circle. Let's do that one first. So circle is, it's the middle. So the first one is 6. And then we have pyramid. Pyramid is here. And that's 3 down. So that would be 7. What? That was right. That was right. At least according to the walkthrough, it was right. 6, 6, 7. Double hamster wheel. Oh! It's a 4-digit combo. I thought it was just... Okay. Well, that stinks. Well, now I wonder what happens if I quit the game and then launch back in. Can I still try to solve it or no? I guess we'll find out. I'm probably going to have to kill all the enemies again. But other than missing out on your tickets from Ticketmaster, how are you doing today, Fusion? Relaunching resets the map, so yeah, you should be able to try it again. Okay. I'm guessing it's going to spawn me inside the mansion. But yeah, I probably am going to have to kill all the enemies again, which it's not too bad. It spawns you outside the front gate? No. There's no enemies, though. So you gotta fight your way to the front door again.
Before you're dead. That's my final offer. Oh, well, alright then. Sure you don't want store credit instead? You've got enemies, and I've got ammo.
Luckily, you get to fight a different underboss once the front door opens again. Oh yeah, now I see the doors opening. Here they come. So I don't have to fight all the enemies all over again. I just have to fight, like... Where am I? I'm here. At least I didn't have to fight, like, the enemies in the front of the gate. That's a little something. And I didn't have to fight any enemies here. It's just from this midpoint forward. That's not too bad.
And you're dead. Fancy that. Look, it's the real bear. Come closer, will you?
Oh, I didn't even see them up there. You can't hide from the Sentinel. What are you thinking? Look at that damage.
Did you see that?
I saw that. Oh! I missed someone. Where are you? There you are.
kill.
Better leave before you get hurt.
Evasive maneuver!
Do some work, drone! Six those pricks!
I'm gonna pull this trigger.
Franco Firewall. Get him. Nice. 3 legendaries. Franco Firewall is one of the underboss. I'm gonna try to avoid that. I don't want to trigger that yet. The Vengeful Darned Assault Rifle. Looks like a submachine gun. So I'll be. I'm gonna hold on to all the legendaries for now. The Gatling Nova Burner. The Juggernaut Firewall. Returning the mask to the fountain won't lock you out of the rest of the villa. Oh, okay. I'll just hold on to it anyway.
Twice next time.
town.
The tenderizer.
Drain my blood and marinate me in it for 3 weeks. That's skill for you.
Wood blocker. I know that's not exclusive. Oh, you got a skin? Operative skin. Teal appeal. Nice. I don't think we have that one yet. We don't? Oh, and the mounted spider ant. Forgot about that as well. Oh. Whoa, what?
Get that attractive bastard right there!
It's empty. Alright. Try this again.
Ooh, a puzzle! And where there's puzzles, there's loot.
Okay. So it's pyramid, circle, pyramid, cube. Okay. So pyramid is there. And that would be the middle one. Okay. So that would be book 4. Okay. Then circle. Circle is also in the middle. So that would be book 6. Then pyramid again. And I forgot what pyramid was already. Pyramid's in the middle. So that would be 4. And then cube. And cube is at the very top. So that would be 2.
Ha! Nobody, but nobody outpuzzles Zen boy. Eat your heart out, puzzle.
You don't actually need to melee all the iridium dust piles in the map to break them. Isn't that like one of the things, though? Oh, to break them. So, like, if explosions go off, that counts, too. But, I mean, I wouldn't know how to break them otherwise. I mean, I guess I could shoot them, but I don't like wasting it. I have a chest. Give me a key. Oh. 500 iridium bricks. Okay, I'll take 500 iridium bricks. Gives me more reroll opportunities. You get ammo back from the dust piles, so you will end up getting the ammo back. Oh, I see. I still like just punching them. Legendary handgun. The double penetrating vigorous Roizen's Thorns. Ooh. I liked Roizen's Thorns when I used it during DLC 1, the Handsome Jackpot. And I wanted to continue using it. It's just that I out-leveled it. Oh, one more Pupsicle. Kill Cryptosec frontrunners with cryo damage. This is one of the only legendaries I wouldn't reskin because it's so beautiful already with the roses on it. Let's compare this. And wipe out his back. It says, okay, so when the party walks through the gate in Krelian's lab, Ellie's line was, why is the deactivation code for the door lock known? Yeah, I looked that up. If you keep going in the, that scene, I typed in what I saw her starting to say, and I searched for it. I just typed in that and Xenogears, and it brought up the dialogue, and I read it, but I didn't understand what I read. And also, when Seaton says, the memory cube Faye and them were using was meant for obtaining living data, he's referring to the Zohar, aka the memory cube, save point, lol. Yeah, I talked about that as well later on. I was like, oh, that I didn't realize, though. I didn't realize that until much later in the video, in the playthrough. The thing you read said, why is the code for the door locked down? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't get that. Oh, why is the deactivation code for the door lock known? So she was questioning how Seaton knew the code. I see, I see. But the thing I read in the walkthrough said it was just locked down. I gotcha. Okay, so the Nemesis deals 29,311 damage compared to the Roizen's Thorns, which is 28,439. So less damage, but with a spread of 2. But it also consumes 2 ammo per shot. So, I mean, with a squeeze of the trigger, it deals more damage, but on a bullet-by-bullet basis, the Nemesis is still stronger. It has worse accuracy by a good margin, worse handling by a good margin, faster reload speed, but only slightly, a much slower fire rate. Well, it is a Torg, that makes sense. A much smaller mag size. Stuck gyro jets increase damage by 10% each. I want to analyze this further, but I also have to use the restroom. So give me a few moments, and I will be back, and we'll finish comparing these guns and looting the place, and completing the event. Hello, I am back. Sorry, I may have been away for... Actually, I probably was away for longer than intended. But I did have to poop. Wipeout, are you still there? I'm also going to post something really quick in the Discord. I took my phone with me, as I think many people do. And I found a cool free new game. I posted this in Wipeout's Discord channel because I know he's a big fan of the game. Game series, I should say. And I just posted it in our Discord in the game sales section. Okay. So for those who are wondering, it is a new Sonic the Hedgehog game. It's free on PC. It's a visual novel. And, yeah, the developers in the trailer, which is what I posted the YouTube trailer, not the link to the Steam page. They're like, we've heard your feedback loud and clear, and we know what you want from the future of Sonic. And then it shows Sonic laying dead on the floor. And then it's like a mystery visual novel. The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. On the YouTube page, people are like, "Oh, this is a prank. This is an April Fool's prank." Because tomorrow's April Fool's. No, the Steam game page is there. It's legit. So it's kind of funny. But speaking of April Fools, do watch out if you do. Read through gaming news articles. Watch out tomorrow because we are probably going to get hit with a lot of those stories. Which I look forward to it because sometimes I forget that it's April Fool's and it's fun to get fooled, to get tricked like that. Okay. Back to the game. So we were comparing, before we loot anything else, we're comparing these two guns. Oh, the Nemesis is also Mayhem level 10, whereas the Roizen's Thorns is not. If the Roizen's Thorns were Mayhem level 10, it'd probably be better. As is, it probably is not. But let me bring up the Borderlands wiki. I know Jameer says to use Loot Lemon, but I keep forgetting to well, not adding it to my favorite places because I think it is in there. But it's like when I open a new tab on my web browser, it displays like the sites that I've used a lot in the past, and like one of them just by default is the Borderlands wiki, so it's like always there. Nemesis. Okay. So, what is the Nemesis? Nemesis is a legendary pistol in Borderlands 3 manufactured by Dahl. It is obtained randomly from any suitable loot source, but it has an increased chance to drop from Mouthpiece, located in Ascension Bluff on Pandora. Special weapon effect. a righteous infliction of retribution. Only spawns in incendiary or corrosive. Got the corrosive. Always spawns with the largest mag size, the drum mag. Chance to deal shock damage in addition to the primary element, which I think is pretty good. That means if an enemy has like really high shields and really strong armor, the one gun, the Nemesis, can do both. It can shoot through shields when the shock does choose to activate, and then the corrosive can like help to shoot down the armor. The Nemesis dual element effect reduces the need for a standalone shock weapon when facing shielded enemies. It can function as a substitute for Malawan weapons without having to stop and toggle the element used, but comes at the cost of the shock damage being randomly applied. Okay. So, I like that. That's a good weapon. And the Roizen's Thorns. Roizen's Thorns is a legendary pistol in Borderlands 3 manufactured by Torg. It is obtained randomly from any suitable loot source, but has an increased chance to drop from Princess Tarantella II. Special effect: where there is pleasure, there is pain. Always corrosive. Impact firing mode fires 4 additional incendiary projectiles. Interesting. Roizen's Thorns is a powerful pistol that functions similarly to a masher, in the way that it fires multiple projectiles per shot. This makes it extremely powerful at close range, while the explosive nature also gives it great area of effect damage. The weapon's alternate fire makes it versatile as well. Although it does not have incendiary shots, the fire rate and bullet velocity are much higher. This is ideal for long range and faster enemies. Variants with the double penetrating prefix, which is what we have here, will shoot 2 corrosive shots, but the fire shots remain unaffected. Kind of trying to like think in my head like what this means. So to me, this seems like it depends on what I want out of the gun. Nemesis is always corrosive, or at least the variant we have is always corrosive, and it occasionally deals shock damage. Whereas Roizen's Thorns is always corrosive, but it also deals incendiary damage. So do I want corrosion and sometimes shock, or do I want corrosive and incendiary? It kind of depends on the situation, I guess. If you're in an area with a lot of heavily shielded robotic enemies, or heavily shielded, heavily armored enemies in the Nemesis. If on the other hand, there's a lot of like bandits or psychos running around that don't have any armor on, in addition to like heavily armored enemies, and I would want the Roizen's Thorns. I kind of want to use both, but using both doesn't really make sense. Actually, I think I know what makes sense for me. I'm going to use the Thorns, but I'm not going to get rid of the Nemesis. That will go into my save. And the reason I'm going to make the switch, even though this is also like less damage per bullet. Does it have an anointment? I don't think it. No, it doesn't. This does though, doesn't it? Yeah, but the anointment on this doesn't. I get to save some iridium bricks, I guess. But the reason I'm going to make the switch, and this also has a much lower fire rate, is because I don't really use my backup gun that much, and I feel like if I need to use shock, I already have a gun that can do that. And that gun is my Hydra Frost. Because And that's not even using the legendary effect, which is after a kill, every second shot deals 200% shock or incendiary damage for 6 seconds. Actually, that's true. This does either one. But if I'm just running up against a boss, then I can only really rely on the action skill Anointment, which is the next 2 mags will have 100% additional bonus shock damage. So getting shock to activate or perk on the Hydrofaust is a sure thing. At least just with the actions, with the Anointment. It may or may not happen after a kill, and that I may not get a kill within a certain time period. I may just like run into a boss fight and there's no enemies there to kill. But with the Roizen's Thorns, it's always going to have corrosive and it's always going to have incendiary. So I feel like because of that, just to sort of balance out the elements, I'm going to use this one over the Nemesis. But like I said, I'm not going to sell the Nemesis. I'm going to keep it, drop it in save. I do wish I could change the color scheme, but still keep the roses. It's a shame you can't do that. Because the rose design is really pretty. Catch a ride. That looks pretty too. But I can't take away its roses. It's too pretty. Okay. Alright, let's keep looting. $27 million. Oh, I was like, I'm stuck. I can't move anywhere. Good haul. Good haul. Well, it took us a while to solve this puzzle because I messed it up and then we had to redo everything, but it was good. It was fun. Alright, let's keep exploring. Isn't this the way we came last time? Bad a crypto. Get him. It's gold plated. That's cool. It can form a shield. Impressive. Uh-oh. Digiclone's about to go bye-bye. We did it! Popsicles! Kill cryptosec frontrunners with cryo damage. That's the second objective we've completed. We just need one more. And we have that cool, glowy... Gonna explode? We'll have that cool, glowy skin. For our Echo device. Oh, hidden area behind the wall. These statues that look like the psychos remind me of the mannequins in BioShock 1. That you would think would be mannequins, and then like all of a sudden they just turn and look at you, and you're like, oh crap. That can make a pretty cool Halloween DLC for Borderlands. They did something like that. Alright, we explored the full upstairs. Let's unload some inventory.
Without it, you're just a schmuck with a paperweight. I used to have one just like that.
I wonder if there's any uniques that you get in this game. Or not game, but DLC. Event. Whatever.
Why not spend it?
Everything? That's everything. Okay.
Shoot more, shop Marcus. Say it's mids, baby. Say it's mids.
Let's explore the downstairs.
Damn! You're lucky to stand by. I'll kill you!
They really did a great job with the design of this.
Letting you do the work.
You can hear the ticking of the clock. Very nice. he get in here? Security Chief Joe? What it says. What's up, Joe? How you doing?
Choose wisely, suckers!
Where are you going? Get him. Oh, I already have that one. I feel like we can't progress the story in this event. Here's the kitchen. Well, the dining area anyway. No, it's probably the kitchen. Unless we return the mask, that statue at the fountain. Which I'm fine with because I want to explore this place thoroughly. So the other thing we really have to keep our eye on is we have to keep an eye out for the other gold toilets. I don't know how many there are. We've only flushed one so far.
Bounty! No! You sure?
Get him! Yes! Nice. You got them all. Ah, go team. And I'll say it again. I've said it many times before. Borderlands 3, best music in the series. Except for maybe Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, because I haven't played that game. I don't know how the music. But between Borderlands 1, 2, pre-sequel, and Tales from the Borderlands, Borderlands 3 best soundtrack. There were songs in Borderlands 1, like intro song, and there was a song in the pre-sequel that I did like a lot. But the overall soundtrack, Borderlands 3, they win.
That dashing spook over there was mechanizing your sister! You throwing threats at me now? Ha. You couldn't hit a cow's arse with a banjo! Your parents should be ashamed of you! Identified! Hell yeah!
I've got more important things to do.
Josie Bite. Ooh.
You're not getting in the way of my upward trajectory.
Get him!
I'm self-made.
Look at all those cryo grenades.
Gotta be worth something.
Oh, good job, Digiclone. I didn't even see him up there. Tina's hippity hopper. What's in here? Ooh. Legendary grenade mod. Search. Aw, it's a shield. I thought maybe it was a new skin. I feel like you don't have to fully explore this place if you don't want to. Because we found the mask pretty quickly in the upstairs inside the house. And I feel like what I'm doing now is just, I mean, it's fun, but I don't feel it's necessary. And I actually liked it. I think that's kind of cool. Like, if you don't want to explore the whole place, if you're just looking to go from point A to point D, get the event done and get out, the game gives you that option. But, if you want to explore this whole place, you can. Dude, if I was Zane, I would take this place over. Like, I would have this be my new home. This is gorgeous. The fire pits. The size of the place. Surrounded by water. Beautiful mountains. You've got, I mean, I don't know if those are functional or not, but you have huge cannons to protect you. If you can get them working. Like, if the Crimson Raiders ever need a fallback base, this would be awesome. Or, like I said, if just Zane wanted a home away from the Crimson Raiders, dude, this would be perfect. I didn't even realize I was entering a new area. Old grape storage. Old grape storage. Gotcha. This does really make me wonder, though, how many toilets there are, like, in the map. Like, in the whole zone. Because, again, we've only come across one so far. Unless they're, like, really carefully hidden. Oh, a sink. Is this a bathroom? It is. Two. Oh, wait, maybe it'll tell you how many toilets there are. I didn't think about that. If you go to the objectives... Firewall, tenderizer, fish slap. Nope. Find and use all golden toilets in the ultraviolet mansion before you leave. Just 0 of 1. So... 0 of 1 as far as the objective, not 0 of 1 as far as there's only one toilet. Okay. Wine cellar? I was here earlier. I guess I just didn't notice this door. Or the doorway being there. Oh, the window shattered. You can see the broken glass. That's cool. Gardens of Hedonia. Oh, that's an ammo chest. I thought maybe that was a weapon chest. Very impressive. Oh, I got a mail. Where did I get a mail from? Welcome, Malawan. Ah, killing 100 enemies with Malawan weapons. Level 72 Malawan compressing particle sniper rifle. Okay, I'll accept it and sell it later. I think the only place left for us to explore now is the fountain area. Maybe. No, I haven't been over here yet. Oh, hello there. Bust right through the wall on me. There's a whole nother section to the mansion. Yep. This is the last part here we have to explore. And then we'll be done. I wonder what happens if I jump and try to switch with the Digiclone. Switch places. Oh, he gets glued to the floor. Okay. I was wondering, like, would he just stay hovering in the air when I switched with him, or? Because if he just hovered in the air, that could be that would provide some useful strategies right there. Where you going? Why are you trying to leave? Come here.
Just open up on this, Jagger.
Nice. Get him.
That wasn't clear.
Nice. I love that the Digiclone gets my shield. What's down there? Is that just death? Oh, that is just death. Okay. Mansion inside a mansion. What's this called? This area. I didn't notice what its name was. Does it have a name? Oh, it does. This looks like a smaller version of the main mansion. I guess that's why it's called Mansion Inside a Mansion. This event feels very different from the other two events. The Valentine event felt like, I won't say an afterthought, but it felt like it wasn't a complete event. It felt like, well, I shouldn't say a complete event. It felt like it's something you did when you were doing other things, which is how we did it. We played through the Valentine event as we're doing DLC 2. DLC, or not DLC, Event 2, the Heck event, the Halloween event, that felt more developed because it had its own location and unique boss. But Heck wasn't that big, and you kind of didn't want to stay there very long because it was just the enemies there were kind of like strong, and the environment was creepy, but it was creepy in like a legitimately creepy way. It wasn't creepy in kind of like a cool way, like the zombie island of Dr. Ned.
Think you clever, huh?
But this, the Revenge of the Cartels event, to me this doesn't even feel like an event. This feels like a DLC. This feels like a short, like a really short DLC. And I like that. Fish slap. Oh boy. So Fishlep can drop the melee grenade you mentioned a few Fridays ago. Ah. Ooh, elevator. We'll get there. And it can be cryo. Nice. Very nice. What a view. Where was that elevator again? There it is. Mm-hmm. The hunted. Unique sniper rifle. Another go toilet. We did it! Marking your territory. Find and use all golden toilets in the ultraviolet mansion before you leave. So there you go. There are 3 golden toilets. Unlock reward. Echo device. Skin. Anyway. Cosmic ring. Very cool, very cool. Oh, I didn't see this. I almost missed that right there. Inventory full. I knew it was coming. I went the wrong way. I know we have some commons. Not many. We do. Wait, what's that? Oh, that's right, surge. Let's drop that and drop that. That sells for $1 anyway. Were we here earlier? We were here earlier. We just weren't able to be where we're standing now. So now we just gotta fight our way all the way back. And use the mask. Alright. And we're back. The house that Joey built.
Ask about our one-click buying plan. When your trigger goes click, it's time to buy. Everyone has their price. No questions asked. Everyone has their price.
No!
Everybody makes mistakes. Just don't do it again. Support local business. Sell to Marcus. Have some money. Now why not spend it? I used to have one just like that.
I can hold 50 items in my backpack. Crazy.
A pleasure.
I didn't realize it was that many.
Quit dying already and buy a better shield.
We're ready. Return golden mask to fountain. Find the cartel boss. cutscene.
I've been expecting you.
Joey Ultraviolet. About to purple your nurple. Council of the Cartel. Tyrone Small Buns. Rooster. Immune. Second win. Oh, that's corrosive water. I didn't realize that. Second wind again. Got him. Oh! I'm impressed, sir. I'm impressed.
It is done, and Maurice is safe. For now. Return to Maurice so Maurice may tie up loose ends.
The King of Purple.
I knew it would come to this. Every time I let somebody in,
3 minutes of playtime.
the back. I thought you'd be different, being a dinosaur and all. Guess I was wrong.
Maurice awaits your return.
I had to try a little bit. Joey Ultraviolet's underbosses in his arena can be farmed without save quits. Nice. I feel like if I would have left Joey Ultraviolet alive longer, more of his underbosses would continue to spawn. But I really wanted to get the objective for completing this without dying, and I thought if they just kept spawning over and over again that they may eventually kill me. Especially since sometimes I was near to killing them, and then all of a sudden they would grow much larger and become immune to all of my damage. You only get 2 underbosses per fight? Oh, okay. Gibber gun? Looks like we got a legendary handgun. Looks like a Torg. Nope, maybe a Malawan. Malawan. Another Malawan compressing grease trap. Incendiary. We'll use that to replace the one we have in the safe. I think the one we have in the safe is like level 15 or 16 something. And a shotgun, it looks like. Hostile Iceberger. That's one you're talking about. Those two randomize on save quit, but stay if you exit the arena somehow. 90% of the flavor is under the bun. 10% critical hit damage, 266% weapon damage, plus 25% weapon shield capacity, 2.2 times weapon zoom, highly effective versus flesh. Oh yeah, mine's way stronger. It's cool though, I'm definitely going to keep it. I'm not going to sell it. We're almost at $44 million. That's crazy. I'd kind of like to get up there. I wonder if I can get up. Nope, it wouldn't let me climb up there. Oh, that's off the map. Okay, so you're not supposed to get up there. Oh, that's that big circle in the middle. If we would have fallen through, we would have died. His desk is like, that's cool. Were there any more ammo chests in here? I mean, I have more than enough money to, like... No, there isn't. Okay. To refill my ammo, but I'm cheap. So I would rather have free. Ah, Jungle Jam's already known. Oh well. Yay, full handgun ammo. Full shotgun ammo. I do believe that's full sniper ammo. Another legendary handgun. A Kravi Infinity. I'll keep it. I really enjoy being here. Between the three events, between the Valentine and the Halloween and the Cartel event, this has definitely been my favorite event. What was the purpose behind this event? Like, I can understand the Broken Hearts Day event. The purpose of that was to celebrate Valentine. And I can understand the Bloody Harvest event. That was to celebrate Halloween. But what was the Cartel event about? Like, what was its purpose? What was it trying to celebrate? No real holiday tied to it, right? So, like, what was its inspiration? Back we go. Leave Villa Ultraviolet.
Now, you will accept Maurice's payment for your help.
Maurice, you're a solid gold bloke, and I never doubted you for a second.
Maurice has much currency from devouring many wealthy foes in poker. Maurice may need your services again soon. Return to Maurice if you hunger for work.
Epic assault rifle. And Guardian tokens! 4.37, 4.37, 4.37, 4.18. Recoil reduction. There we go, 4.83. And we completed 7 objectives. New weapon trinket, Pandora Sunset. Nice. It's just called Joey's Planet. Oh, it's right next to Heck. How about that? Joey's Planet, Cartel hideout. Hardly off the galactic beaten path and covered in idyllic vacation spots, this planet's absence from star charts suggests that someone in the Astral Cartographers Union has just purchased a new space yacht well outside of their pay grade.
Crap, now I'm alone with my dumb thoughts.
My favorite customer.
Oh wait, was that the unique that I just got? No, it isn't. Okay.
Lining your pockets won't make them bulletproof, you know.
hell. Maybe I should go shoot something.
Don't spend it all in one place, except right here.
The lost treasure of Aslan de Vega. Myth or legend?
Wait, where's the unique assault rifle he gave me? Was it not a unique? Was it just like a standard good assault rifle?
I sure could go for some skag balls.
I think it's that one. Nuclear Stoic Adinaki.
Not quite right yet. Gotta practice.
Has a really good anointment though. Eh.
Any item anywhere. Sell to me, and I'll find a buyer. Lining your pockets won't make them bulletproof, you know.
This was the closest I've ever had to companionship, and I'll treasure it always!
That's the first time I've ever seen a rain firestorm. I've seen the firestorm grenade mod plenty of times, but never with the rain prefix.
Make like one of my checks and bounce.
Oh, that's right. I was thinking, I know there was something I wanted to do here, and I was like, no, it's not at Marcus because I already bought all the SDUs.
Test. Hey, Vault Hunter, have we got an opportunity for you? You don't want to miss it!
But what I want to do is re-roll some stuff. Let's drop off the items that I know we'll be keeping. Venomous Nemesis, yes. Compressing Grease Trap. Ravi Infinity. Cost-effective optimized OPQ system. Vengeful Darn. Hostile Iceberger. The Hunted. Gatling Nova Burner. Juggernaut Firewall. And that's it. Everything else I have is equipped. I'm halfway to cracking the vault key again, or to getting another vault chest. And I have over $50 million now. That's awesome. Where am I going? I'm going down. I think the only thing that I have to re-roll, since I put the other corrosive handgun away, is the anointment on my sniper rifle.
Y'all come on back now.
gunner. Anything that says on action skill end for me with this sniper is completely pointless. Because I would use the sniper rifle well outside the range of my action skills. So it would never activate. Insufficient funds. Ah well.
Pick something.
It's cool, it's animated. I guess I'll leave it alone.
I got all day, but not for you.
Don't be wasting my time just looking. I'm throwing this junk out if you don't mind quick.
That hurts. That hurts. I would have totally bought this gun. I totally would have bought this gun. Oh. Okay, it's a lot weaker, but... Oh, that's because it's not Mayhem level 10. But, well, no, neither is my corrosive hand. But my corrosive handgun support. But, oh well. I just love the sellout gun. Alright. I want to try going back to where we just came from. And maybe see if there's some way over the gate.
Dollar for a dance. Dollar for a dance.
What planet are we docked at? Are we docked at Joey's planet? No. Wait, are we? No, we can't. What's Minos Prime?
But it's been destroyed. Vault Hunter, I'm still picking up those readings from some of the debris. The ground there looks stable. Take a drop pod down.
What was I doing?
Is it one of the trials? Oh, that's the Guardian breach. Minos Prime is Guardian Takedown, aka the worst one.
Alright.
You will join Maurice for a mission and a reward.
If I want to get past the gate, I will require a password. I'm guessing it's you have to relog the quest for Maurice, and then you have to go kill a bunch more enemies, and then they drop the password, and I just want to see what it looks like. You gotta do Cartel event quest again? Yeah. It was fun, I enjoyed it, but I'm not gonna do it again. Whee!
Buy yourself a mod for the Merc with class. Don't get shot too much now.
Hey, Forsaken's here. How you doing?
With your name on them. Well,
Hello, I haven't missed today's stream, so that is good. Then you can slaughter everyone.
you will be back.
We've been going now for about...
Getting through that gate is typing in a password.
Oh. Enter password.
Sorry, buddy, that ain't the password.
You alright? That's good. How am I? I am doing well. Oh, that's why they put the travel point here. I feel like maybe they put in the ability to fast travel from your Echo device later on, like it was almost an afterthought. Because the way that the fast travel points are laid out on most of the maps in Borderlands 3, it's like they're positioned in such a way as to make it seem like you don't have that ability. Like, there should be no reason why this should be. Like, if you die here, it's not that far. They could have just respawned you back up there and you could just slide down again. It doesn't make sense. Not even a checkpoint makes sense here. Like, maybe halfway once you're past the gate, you know, then that kind of makes sense as far as like a checkpoint goes, but not a fast travel point. If I were to put a fast travel point anywhere, it would be inside the mansion. The only way this makes sense, like I said, is if you slide down and then you can't get into the gate because you need a password, and you're like, oh, well, now I can't leave, I'm just stuck. Well, this would prevent you from getting stuck, because you could just leave. So, that's weird. That's great. Good. Yes, we've been streaming now for about 4 hours, and today's only purpose was to complete the Revenge of the Cartels event, and we actually just finished that. But we're not through with the stream yet. I do want to try some other things. I've never done this before, so let's give it a shot, see what happens. Discovery. Takedown at the Guardian Breach. A Guardian signal is coming from the world of Minos Prime. Canis has sent you to investigate its origin in the surrounding space debris. I may die. inside makes no sense since the front door gets locked again. Oh, that's true. So if the fast travel point was inside the mansion, you wouldn't need the password to get past the gate. You would just fast travel into the mansion. True. So then the only way that would make sense would be if you needed a passcode to enter the mansion itself. And then, like, once you enter the passcode, the doors would open, but then that's when, like, one of the underbosses would come out and try to kill you. So the front gate, in other words, would always be open. It's just the mansion doors itself that would stay locked. I feel like people have probably figured out a way to get in there, though. Like, can you grenade jump or rocket jump over the gate? I'm not going to try it, but I know grenade jumping and rocket jumping has been a thing for quite some time in Borderlands. Oh, wait. There's something else I wanted to do. I wanted to turn off the cartel event. There might be a large invisible wall stopping you. That was definitely a fun event. Like I said, that almost didn't feel like an event. To me, that felt like just a short DLC, like a really short DLC, and it was very enjoyable. It was well paced. The location was cool. The enemies were, yeah, they were pretty much copycat enemies from Malawan, for the most part, and some psychos thrown in. But it was still fun. It was unique enough that it felt fresh. I'll say that. Well, maybe fresh is an exaggeration, but it was unique enough that it didn't feel like I was just playing through Athenas again. I'll say that. Plus, you're a vault hunter. You don't just start randomly breaking and entering into people's homes. You kind of do. Ancient alien ruins? Those are fine. But a man's home? Heck no. Yeah, okay, you got a point. And I think before we continue, I'm also going to change Zane's head. I like to change up his head, and sometimes our weapon skins, depending on what we're going to do next. But I think I'm just going to change his head. Skins? We got a new skin? What skin did we get? I didn't get a skin from the event, did I? Oh no, I did. I found something. What's the name of the skin I found? We had Jungle Jams. Prison Wizard looks pretty cool. I like that one. It was this one, Teal Appeal. Whoa. That is right. Nah, I'm not digging it. It's cool. I like glowy stuff, but stay with full plate. Yeah, we have our new Echo theme. Cosmic Ring. Very cool looking Echo theme there. I do prefer the steely, silvery, cold look of an advanced alien technology, though. Teal Appeal is a non-iridium neon dreams. As in, you don't need to spend iridium to get it. Gotcha. Okay. Classic head. I like classic head. I like the ombre. No, I like to be able to see Zane's face. Bully for you is fun, but the top hat seems impractical most of the time. Chaotic hood is cool, but only for certain events. Round and around. I really, really like Desperado. This is the only one that's like, I could see myself using this one even though you don't get to see his face. One last job. Ronin. Tough scrub. I'm gonna go with that one. It's my favorite. Insanity.
Anyone else seeing this?
Is this thing on? Test. Hey, Vault Hunter, have we got an opportunity for you? You don't want to miss it!
I wonder if I'm still parked outside Minos Prime since I went back to Joey's planet. Guess we'll find out. We are. The Shatter Tribunal. We get a CG intro?
That piece of Minos should be stable enough for you to start investigating the Guardian signature. Proceed at your leisure, whatever that is.
Mission reward discovery. Take down the Guardian Breach.
Destroyed this planet. I am increasingly sure it is related to the Guardian signal. Enter the breach, Vault Hunter, and find it.
Oh boy, time to charge crystals until you just randomly die because one of them lost all charge. That does sound horrible. And that to me sounds like they really forced this to be a multiplayer event. Whereas the other Malawan takedown really wasn't. I mean, it probably was in terms of difficulty, but it wasn't in terms of gimmick. Answered summons. Oh! I almost died right there. I wasn't even paying attention. Oh! This is low gravity. It doesn't feel as floaty as Skywell 27, but it does have some float to it. Also, platforming, invisible moving platforming. It does sound like a kind of a pain. I'm probably not going to go very far. Welcome to hell. Population U. Nope. Because I'm done. I said I wasn't going very far. This is as far as I'm going. I just kind of wanted to look around. I will be back here later, though. But I will be back here later in multiplayer. I'm out. How big is the map? It doesn't look that big. Oh, wait. I thought it was just that, and then this. I was like, oh, it's not that big. And then I looked down, it's like, oh, wait, there's more down there. Oh. There's more there. There's a lot more scattered over there. There's more way down there. Okay, never mind. I do, though, want to go back to Midnight's Cairn. So far, my favorite gameplay challenge has been the Malawan takedown. Now exiting hell. Population 0. Soon to be you and up to 3 others.
Down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
How does he already... Oh, he doesn't already see me. He's throwing at the creatures down there. I feel bad killing him because he's helping me out. I don't know why they're not trying to go kill him. Oh. What do you want?
I'm the fake! I'm the fake! good looking. Come on, come on! Got any more for the meat grinder? Let that be a lesson to you. Are you seeing this? Open your bloody eyes! And you're dead! Fancy that!
I like the sniper rifle. He walked right into that.
Someone down and pop him. Did that one have a bounty? No.
Look at all the grenades.
not me! Shoot him!
Oh, hello there. Second wind. Too late. Get him. Oh, come on, give me some handgun ammo. There we go. There we go. Full handgun ammo. Gunner skin. Moist the flag. Oh, that's the Q system they were talking about earlier. And then I think after this I'll do the daily objective. Some of which I think we've already done.
Welcome to Dr. Zed's Mods and Mans. Usually I deal in organs, but this is close enough.
I like the look. Alright. Going down.
That was all me.
Boo. Cheaters. Get out of here.
Assassination on the house. Show me what you got, little bud.
I'm one-shotting them.
It was never gonna work, ladies. There were 3 of you, and only 2 of me.
Those were advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
version on. The ogre. We're getting closer to we're getting closer to getting another vault card completion and well, not completion. That's tempting. Another vault card chest called, and more guardian tokens.
I've got bullets with your name on them. Well, mate, that came out wrong. I used to have one just like that. You know where to find me.
I forgot to buy ammo.
A fair price for piece of...
This place was like super hard before. And now it's just fun. There's still like an element of challenge there, though. It's not like it's easy. Like, I do have to pay attention.
I call this a successful operation. Oh, big mistake.
I deserve this!
Second wind. Yes! Oh, look at those grenades. Oh, we missed one. Ooh.
take a breather.
Woo!
You throwing ships at me now? Be ashamed of you. On the house. I'm the target, you zoomer. Give me an assist. Let's have us a Donnybrook then. This. How this going?
Oh wow, he just smashed the Digiclone.
I do it all over again. I probably will.
Get him. Whee! Guardian tokens. 4.37, 4.37, 4.18, 4.83, 4.18 reload speed, which is now at 4.83. But next week, if you are going to tune in, Forsaken, we're having a full 12-hour Borderlands 3 stream. And it will be centered around DLC 4, The Fantastic Clustercluck. So, I'm looking forward to it. But I think our stream today is almost over. Like I said, I think we're just going to finish up here with the Malawan takedown. Then we're going to do the dailies. And I'm not even sure how many dailies are left, because we've been knocking stuff out kind of on the side here. I know we still have all 3. Okay. So 15 Skags. That's an easy do on Pandora. The Grave Ward is going to be super quick. And Billy the Anointed, I think, is on Eden 6, around the prison area. I've got to change something real quick. I have to take off there we go. The enemies here are, well, the boss here is immune to cryo, or not immune, but highly resists. So take that off, and we are going to put on Almighty Ordnance. And there we go. Billy Anointed is not in the Anvil. He's in Jacob's estate. Ah, thank you, Jacob.
Light that giant bastard up!
Nice. I forgot I could do that. This has corrosive. Jeez. Look at that. Look how quick I'm dropping his shield. Yeah, I didn't think so. I'm too far away. A little bit of damage. Oh, that's right, this phase. I forgot about the phases.
Now entering the clone zone.
Oh, hello. Sorry. I didn't see you there. Vault card level up. Ooh. There's some pretty bullets you're firing there. I don't like them now. I thought once it had its full shield up, it didn't do that. Oh, it doesn't have its full shield up. Oh. Ow! Fuel shield comes later. Hmm. There goes its shield. Where did you go? There you are.
All scalps to Mal for bonus compensation. Competitor identified. We are the future.
Still got it. There's also my middle name.
I'm stuck. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Like, where did it go?
Another day, another disintegration.
Stop running away from me.
System shut down.
Ah!
Still got it.
Alright. Oh, there's still one more. I didn't see that guy there. You probably can't come here anyway. I have full handgun ammo. Nice, nice. Almost full shotgun ammo. We're okay on sniper.
Go on there.
Go! Ooh, look at their shields. You could use that guy to second wind if you go into speed this part up a lot. Nah. I'm more cautious. What I would be willing to do most of that's going to be immune because I didn't get inside the center shield, but if I did get inside the center shield, Digiclone would be dead almost instantly anyway from that red stuff on the floor. Did a little bit of damage. Got him. Ow! Oh, that's right. He still has the full shield. It just, I have to hit him from the top. Almighty Ordnance, go! This sniper is beastly. I love it. Oh, hello there. Oh, that was the wrong gun. I meant to get my shotgun. Ow! Meanie? Uh-oh. Hello. Almighty Ordnance. One down.
That wasn't so hard now, was it?
I almost got too greedy there. I almost got too greedy. I just really wanted to kill it. Uh-oh. You got him. Stop moving. Stop. Right there. Second win. He's resisting, but I'm just using it to wear down his shields. Stop running. Gotcha. Now melt.
There's the takedown! Time to get paid!
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make Malawan think twice before they come at us again.
Ah, that was fun. Malin 1 takedown is always fun. And more Guardian tokens. 4.37, 4.37, 4.37, 4.18, 4.83. Shield recharge delay. Gibbsworth. I don't know, maybe I don't know. I might go back to my other shotgun. This is a good shotgun, but at least for my time with it, I've come to learn that it's more of a leading shotgun. Meaning, like, what I mean by that is, it's good to initiate encounters with. So, like, if I see an enemy or a group of enemies, and maybe they're either coming at me from a decent bit away, or maybe if they just don't even know I'm here, I can hold this, and I can charge up a shot and then let it go when they get close enough, and it obliterates them. And it's pretty good at mid-range, too. Or close to mid-range. It's not very good at, like, mid-far range. Which, I mean, it's a shotgun. It's not supposed to be. But, with the shotgun I used to have, which is a shotgun I got from here, which is the one that calls down, like, icy comets to hit enemies, like, that one was nice. It didn't always work effectively, because if the enemy was in a place with a low ceiling, the comets wouldn't hit. But, it was a good chunk of extra damage if it did connect. So I think once I get back to Sanctuary, I'm going to compare those two shotguns again. I want shotgun ammo. Still picking up sniper ammo. Alright, let's see what our other legendaries are. Free distributor. We're at $60 million now. One, two, three more legendaries. The Hell Shock. I've never heard of the Hell Shock. And the nuclear infinity. Oh, I had a moonfire. I'm gonna have to look that up, the Hell Shop. Well, we got a lot of stuff to sell. As usual. And that's something else I really like about this takedown. Is that not only is it challenging, but it also gives you like a lot of loot. The shotgun that I'm using now, I got this one in the last DLC, actually. When I think I was like 3/4 of the way through the DLC. I think there's some ammo chest over there that I didn't, but I don't really care. I will get these other green items though. And another mail from Doll for 100 kills. Level 72 Doll reflexive asp sniper rifle. Sell that. What do you think is going to happen to Veronica's character going forward? I'm interested how that's going to work out. Oh, I almost forgot about this entirely. Let's reset this. I feel like I can feel something coming. With Claptrap. Just because Claptrap has sort of been the only robot for so long, I feel like Veronica is going to take his place. And you can see, like, Claptrap's getting old. Like, Veronica's all, like, kind of been, shiny and new, even though she used a lot of recycled parts. After you put her together, she looks pretty new. Compared to, like, Claptrap. Claptrap looks like he's on his last wheel, so to speak. But I feel like... Oh, that's right. This is the gun that's meant to be, like, the Vex Mythoclast from Destiny. I don't know. For some reason, I feel like what's going to happen with Claptrap is some sort of mysterious thing where he gets changed into a human. And since he kind of has the personality of, like, a really hyper, super optimistic, like, teenager, I feel like that's what he's going to turn into. And then he would still be, like, just as annoying and just as funny, but he would be able to emote more. And then Veronica would be, like, the only robot in the series. Or at least, like, the only Claptrap-like robot in the series. Alrighty. We got more stuff? We got more stuff. Oh, but my inventory's full. I didn't realize my inventory. Alright, let's see if we can dump anything out here. Moonfire? No. The Hell Shock. What is the Hell Shock? I love the amount of legendaries that Borderlands 3 has in it. Like, I've beaten the game. I've beaten now all of the events. I've beaten almost all of the DLCs. And yet I'm still coming across legendaries that I've never seen before. And some of these are supposed to be world drops. They're not exclusive to anything. Like, I'm still, like, coming across these for the very first time. Hellshock is both fire and shock elements. Oh, that makes sense. Hellshock. Yeah. Hellshock is a legendary pistol in Borderlands 3 manufactured by Malawan. It is obtained randomly from any suitable loot source, but has an increased chance to drop from Vermilingua, located in the Splinterlands on Pandora. Special weapon effect. I had not thought death had undone so many. Always incendiary and shock. Projectiles bounce once, starting as the chosen element and switching to the other after the first impact. That's cool. I like that. So if that's the case, I would probably always keep this on shock. And then, like, eventually you'd wear down someone's shields, and then the last 1 or 2 shots or whatever would hit, bounce, switch to fire, and then hit again and light someone up. I'm not going to use it. I mean, I'll keep... Well, I don't know why I backed out. I'm going to keep it, but I'm not going to use it. What else do we have? The nuclear infinity. I want to keep that because it's an infinity nuclear. What else do we got? I'll keep the Vex, especially since it's cryo. I'll sell that. Oh, we got multiple legendaries. Well, actually, we did. I put 2 away and I'm so. I'll go sell these guns, and then we're going to head back to the safe to compare those 2 shotguns I was talking about.
Firearms in every flavor at Marcus Munitions.
Sadly, the Hellshock is outclassed by the Free Radical.
Lining your pockets won't make them bulletproof, you know.
You know what I want? I want a shotgun that's just like... I forgot what it's called now. The fire-based Doom shotgun. Is that the Hellwalker? I want that. But I want that in cryo. Maybe they could give it like a name that would relate to it, like when hell freezes over. And it would be like the cryo version of that shotgun. I would love that. That'd be perfect for Zane. Like, I've noticed my shotgun hasn't really been that useful. It was useful in the DLC that I found it in, but it hasn't been as useful. And the damage of this shotgun is really focused, but like I said, it doesn't really go very far, and it takes a while to charge up. And that's another thing that keeps a shotgun from being as useful. Like, you have to hold it and charge it. So it's good to, like, start an encounter, but it's not good elsewise. That's a cool looking gun. Oh, think yeah, I remember finding this. I think I said like if I didn't have the gun the cryo gun that I currently have, I'd be. Okay, so we're looking at shotguns. Why is that gun so yellow? Dueling pea shooter. I don't remember this either. Level 67. I think there's no risk. Take a good dose. The whole gun is gold. Alright, shotgun. What is that? The Duke. The weapon design of this game is so good. Just like the look of the weapons. Okay, did we make it? Or wait, no. Assault rifle. They're shotguns, okay. Where they begin? Right there, okay. Hostile iceberger. It sounds like it'd be fun and funny to use and to see, but no, it doesn't sound as practical. I mean, maybe if you were going for some kind of like really interesting fire ice build, this would be a really good gun, but I'm just trying to do almost pure cryo. Compensating spade. This is really good, but it's not cryo. Cool-headed splinter. No. Fearmonger. Bright side. Oh. Dakota. Corrosive conference call. Cryo conference call. That's flame. Anarchy. Fire. The hell. Shock. Corrosive. Shock. Shock. Frozen, humongous, the horizon. The butcher. Fire. Right, what? Rocket launch. Oh, I know why. No. Because I didn't...
Let's have a look at me schedule for the day.
I didn't put it in here.
Kill blokes, check. Take their stuff, check.
I put it up here.
Lavishly handsome. Big old check. Looks like I'm ahead of schedule. Guess I can take a short break. But then we're back to killing.
The one I'm using deals so much more damage, though. Unless there's something about the effect I don't remember. Tig's Boom is 5,628 with a spread of 9. The Mala one is 3,159 with a spread of 24. That is a massive difference in terms of damage, I think. Pretty sure. Let me do the math. Let me get my calculator here on my smartphone. Crunch some numbers. Okay, so that's 3,159 with a spread of 24, assuming all spreads connect. That means that the shotgun I'm holding deals 75,816 damage. Minus the Tig's Boom is 5,200. No, wait. 5,628 with a spread. I messed it up again. 5628. 5628. Okay. Oh my goodness. No! What is going on here? 5628 with a spread of 9. So that means the shotgun I'm holding now would deal an additional 25,164 damage over the Tig's Boom per squeeze of the trigger. It's just that with the Tig's, with the one I'm holding, I'd have to like charge it up and then fire it. Whereas with the Tig's Boom, I just fire it. going to compare these two in my inventory. Okay. Maybe there's something in the effect that I'm not aware of that can balance this out. Alright. Frequency. Frequency is a legendary shotgun in Borderlands 3, manufactured by Malawan, that is exclusive to the Bounty of Blood DLC. Right, that's where I got it. It is obtained randomly from any suitable loot source, but has an increased chance to drop from Electrocore, located in the Obsidian Forest on Gehenna. I got it. Special weapon effect hurts so good. Fires an orb that has projectiles arranged in a circle and one in the middle. Getting a kill increases the number of orbs fired. Orbs travel to nearby enemies once after getting a hit. So it's great for clearing a crowd, it's great for hitting a single target, but again, you have to charge it. Like, that's its main drawback because it's a Malawan. And it seems limited in range. Like, if you aim down the scope, you can get a good mid-range shot at it. Like, you really can. But it seems like if you're firing from the hip, and even then, like, once you fire, if you don't kill the enemy that you're shooting at, then you have to charge it up again and wait again, and you're taking a whole bunch of potentially while that's. With a Tig's Boom, you could just spam the trigger. The Lob might be a good choice on shotguns for you. Yeah. On smaller random enemies, like humanoid enemies, I think the frequency might be the better gun. It's just like on boss and like mini boss enemies, like the not the boss we were facing in the Malawan takedown, but like the other mechs it was dropping that they kind of look like smaller versions of the boss from the Malawan takedown. Like, I was using the frequency and it would take them down by like half, and that's after me fully charging it up, and then I would have to fully charge it up again and shoot them again. And that would either kill them or would almost kill them, but just leave them a sliver of health like left and have to charge it again. And it's like, that was kind of irksome. Whereas with the Tig's Boom, I just tap, 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 tap. That was a recommendation for a different shotgun, not one you have already, by the way. Oh, the Lob is the name of it. Okay. When you said Lob, I thought you meant like the Lob of the orb that's coming out of the Malawan shotgun. The bonus orb effect can be stacked up to 5 times for a total of 6 orbs per shot. Each stack of the bonus orb effect lasts for 14 seconds. Alright, let's go over to Tig's Boom. And what's the Lob? Tig's Boom is a legendary shotgun in Borderlands 3 manufactured by Torg. It can be obtained as a drop from Wotan the Invincible in Midnight's Cairn. Special effect, a gaping hole in the sky. Shots pierce through enemies, I do like the pierce, and have a chance to spawn a comet-like projectile. No alt firing mode. So I forgot that this one could pierce. So it would actually hit an enemy pass through and hit the other enemies. That's something I really do like. So if you're firing this at a group of enemies, I don't think the frequency has any. Well, it kind of has splash damage. It does, and it does. It doesn't technically have splash damage, but it says that once it hits an enemy, more orbs are created, and those orbs like hit nearby enemies. The Tig's Boom, but that's something you kind of have to wait on. I mean, it happens like consecutively, like it hits, it spawns, hits it. But with the Tig's Boom, it's just like it happens all at once. The shot just passes through everything. Shots fired from the Tig's Boom have a chance to spawn a comet-like projectile that will move in a straight line towards the target for extra damage. Another interesting thing is that it looks like the binary compressing frequency is considered shotgun damage, like in addition to its cryo damage. But the Tig's boom is not. It says the Tig's boom damage type is not considered shotgun damage or any other weapon type. It is instead categorized as generic gun damage, which I guess it doesn't really matter so much. I don't think I have any shotgun damage bonuses anyway. If I did, that could like make things more in favor of the frequency. But just think a burst fire version of the frequency. Okay, but without the extra orbiting projectiles. At least I think that's what it is. Shows how nearly forgettable the lob is. Let me look it up. The lob. Here we go. The lob is a legendary shotgun in Borderlands 3 manufactured by Torg. It is obtained randomly from any suitable loot source, but has an increased chance to drop from the Grave Ward located in the floating tomb on Eden 6. Special effect: everything has to be magical. I would have remembered that weapon effect. I've never encountered this before. Oh, it can also spawn in any element. So even if you did get lucky enough to find one, you'd also have to get double lucky that it would be in cryo. Always elemental. Increased magazine capacity and heavily increased damage. Fires a large, slow-moving orb that travels through enemies. Deals area of effect damage, and explodes on impact or after maximum travel distance. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like the way I use shotgun. At some points I use shotguns like shotguns, which the lob I think would be effective for. At other times I use shotguns like you would use a rocket launcher. Like if an enemy's big and it's standing in front of me and it's not really moving or doing anything, then I might try to take it out in huge chunks of damage with a shotgun, rather than rely on my handguns. If that's the case, and since it's a slow-moving orb, I'm firing it from mid-range, I don't know how good that would be in that situation. The lob's massive damage values cause it to decimate anything it touches. It can easily shred through an entire mob of enemies, and at only 1 ammo per shot, does so incredibly efficiently. The orb damages all enemies in a small radius around them, meaning they don't have to hit a target directly. Though there will be no graphical effect other than damage numbers that the orb is harming enemies it does not hit. As it passes through targets, it will deal multiple instances of damage, and larger targets take significant damage from this. The orb will explode on impact with a surface or after its maximum travel distance, dealing splash damage. Orbs will not damage the character directly, but the impact explosion radius will, as with all area of effect damage. The slow projectile speed is the weapon's main drawback, making it difficult to use at anything beyond close range. Orbs travel slowly enough that a character can outrun them and suffer damage when the orbs burst. Projectile speed bonuses will allow the orbs to travel faster and farther, but this also means they can do less damage if the projectile moves past the enemy too quickly. Lob would probably behave as a launcher and an assault rifle. I mean, that could be good. That could be good. That self-damage bit won't affect you as you have a point in duct tape mod, right? I was actually thinking, would it be possible to, like, fire the shot from the shotgun and then run into the orb and have it not detonate? And then just as the orb moves, I walk with the orb and I basically stay in the center of the orb. That way, if anyone tries to, melee me, a psycho runs up and he tries to jump at me, instead of hitting me, he's just going to smack into the orb and die. That would be pretty cool. But I don't think this is something that I would farm for. Like, it sounds okay. Like, I'm not super excited to obtain the lob if I get it. I would definitely test it out. But it's not something that I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to have this. So, eh. Which do you think is better between just these two? The frequency and the Tig's boom. I mean, it really depends on the situation. I feel like with the frequency, if I would kill the enemy with the first shot, then the frequency is going to be better because it deals way more damage. The Tig's boom would be better if I don't kill the enemy in a single shot. Tig's boom has an extra meteor-esque projectile, right? It does. There is a chance it will call down like a meteor or a comet that will hit and deal cryo damage. So there's that bonus that it has. And then the shots fired from the Tig's boom also penetrate enemies. So if there's like an enemy standing in front and an enemy standing behind, and I fire the shotgun, the damage from just the shotgun blast is going to hit the first enemy, damage that first enemy, pass through, and then hit the second enemy standing behind him. And both enemies will take damage from that. So that's good. I like that. And you believe that it could just either miss entirely or get stuck on terrain? Yes, that is true. That's the same thing that happens with my sniper rifle. Where if I shoot my sniper rifle at somebody, the expert firestorm, if they have like a ceiling directly above them, then when the fireballs spawn, they'll just smack the ceiling and they won't do any damage. But if the ceiling is high enough, or if they're outside, then the comets will hit. So... and at that point, you would be better off using anything else. Maybe. The only other... if you subtract the comet quality from the Tig's boom, the only other thing this really has going for it is that it pierces. And I like that. And there's no hesitation, like there's no charge. Whereas with the Malawan, you have to hold down the trigger and charge it. With Torg, you don't. You just pull the trigger. And I like that. It's instant, it pierces, and comet. With the frequency... I would say it also has three things going for it. It has way more damage than the Tig's boom. It spreads out because it creates multiple orbs. And then the last thing it has going for it would be that it has an alternate firing element. So like most of the time, I would keep it on cryo. But if I get into a situation where I fight an enemy like the boss, like the enemies we're fighting in the Malawan takedown towards the end that resist cryo, then I can always toggle it to corrosive. And corrosive definitely works a lot better than cryo against robots. So that's its other... but so each gun has like three different things working for it. But in those moments where the terrain and enemies cooperate, then Tig's boom would be way better. Frequency is just a different version of the Plague Bearer launcher. Even though it seems to deal a lot more damage, and I don't know how much extra damage that the Comet deals, to be fair. I mean, the Comet could make up the difference in damage. I highly doubt it would, because that means the Comet would have to hit for like 25,000 damage. It could, but I don't think it does. But I think I might go back to it, because every time I was using the Tig's boom, in like every situation, I was always happy with it. When I started using frequency, I was really happy with it. but then I've encountered other situations where I'm like, it doesn't feel as good. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to using Tig's Boom. But I'm not going to sell the frequency. I'm going to keep it. Hold on. I just wanted to put it back on cryo. I'll mount it. There we go. Okay. So let's get to the dailies. And hopefully, I'll get another key. Blast your way across the shattered remnants of Minos Prime and wreak vengeance on the guardian known as the Martyr. Hopefully I'll get another key. Oh! I got a chest. Oh no! Oh, hold on. I accidentally just closed my tab that I was using to read chat. My pinky finger, like, flicked my mouse. Okay. I was still able to see what you said, though. Because in regards to your comment regarding the Lob earlier, there are several other cool guns that just aren't worth the farm, like the Lob. Okay. I really just kind of want one more key so I can get the Ascension Weapon Trinket. What is that from? Is that like a siren symbol? Like, I don't know what that is. I just want it because it looks like icy. Like it's like a water droplet with like icicles around it. So I feel like it kind of suits Zane's character, but I don't actually know what that is. Open chest. Emote. It's the happy dance. Angel? Maybe. Like, the wings make sense. But why a bubble? Oh, maybe because she was stuck in a bubble? Well, no, she wasn't really... Was she stuck in a bubble? Like a shield bubble? Yeah, you're probably right. This probably is meant to be a reference to Angel. Alright. Let's go to Pandora and kill 15 Skags. It was more dome-type shield. Maybe we'll get lucky. I mean, we already have a good chunk of green on our vault card. So maybe by just knocking out the 3 dailies real quick. Maybe we'll be able to open another vault chest and get that second key and get the weapon trinket. And then once we get the weapon trinket, I'm going back to the Pandora vault card. After this weapon trinket, there's nothing really that I want to save up for. on specifically on any of the vault cards, but I mean, I'll collect every item on every vault card if I keep playing eventually. But this weapon trinket's like the last thing I really want to like focus on. Okay. Let's get a vehicle. And we need 15... It was Skags, right? Yeah. Skags are the dog-like thing. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where you going? 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's one. I thought that was money. Alright, what's next? Kill the Grave Ward. You can do that. Grave Ward is Eden 6. A floating 2. I think after we get done with the dailies, I'm going to try to research cryo shotguns. I think the only thing I ever researched in regards to crab before was like cryo handguns. But I never really made it a point Did I pick anything up to sell? No, I did not. I don't think I ever focused on other weapon types. Oh. Whee! Yeah. We killed Grave Ward. New head. Oh, I already have it. Ooh, clear plastic ice echo theme. Nice. I like ice. Western portrait already own. We'll check that out once we get back on Sanctuary. Alright, what's next? Kill Billy the Anointed. Okay. And you said Billy the Anointed is on Eden 6, but he's not in the prison area. He's at the Jacobs estate. Alright, the Anointed guy is... where? Is he the guy that's in here? In the movie theater? Billy the Anointed. Yeah, he is. Okay. It's been a while since I've been there. Since I've been through the Jacobs estate. Wait, is there... There's no faster way there to get there, right? No, there isn't. Okay. Go straight. And... I guess just go straight until I hit the elevator. Merle, it's Merle. I don't really remember how to... Yeah, I don't remember how to get there. I'll figure it out, though.
Don't get between me and my gun, heretic!
I know...
Your parents should be ashamed of you.
I know there's an elevator platform that we have to ride to get up there.
Ferocity's my middle name. Same ferocity fit.
I feel like it's not this way. I feel like I'm running the wrong direction. No, I'm not. That's something. The servant's lift. There we go.
Get chopped!
I call this is danger!
You are so dead!
I made this turkey yesterday!
I thought he was going to try to jump up here and miss. I have over $60 million now. Over $68 million.
The meat or my dinner! Shoot or die! Reinforcements! Hurry before it's too late! Hold! The Calypso will protect me! Now it's a party! Operative!
It's always
Filling up!
Get out of here.
I'm gonna live forever! It's time blast! Get me, poser! They shall lament this day!
coming at ya!
Time out!
Behind me.
Go! Now!
Oh, it's up, not down.
You'll want to think twice next time.
Going in for the job! We're ready for ya!
Arise! Twins will bring me back!
Nope. We got a lot from that, but not enough. Ah, well. Actually, we can go back a little bit. I want to try the shotgun. Again.
Got more where that came from. Tick-tock, death clock! For the twin god!
Oh, it was a... It's one of those loot tanks.
Irene! I will prove myself! That one have a bounty?
No! You sure?
Yeah, I like this one. I think I'm back to full ammo on all my guns now. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna give me the pink head. Okay. Wait. Check ammo. We do have max ammo. Okay. Alright. Well, I think that's going to be just about it from us today. That was... How long a stream was that? Just over 6 hours. We only had one thing to do today, which was the event. And we did other stuff too. We did the Malawan takedown again. But, yeah, that was quite a bit more time than I thought it would take. Oh, that's right. There it is. Clear plastic ice. Not bad, but for the other one that I have now. Alright, so let's change it up. For next Friday's DLC, which will be DLC for the Fantastic Fuster Cluck. So we're going to change our head to... I bought a special head just for this DLC. There it is. Mythic.
Didn't think I could look better. Wonders never cease.
And then I also wanted to... No, I guess we'll just leave it like that. That's fine. I was thinking about like reskinning the guns and doing weapon ornaments and everything, but I think this is okay. All right. Well, we did it. So we swapped out our cryo shotgun for a weaker version, but an easier version to use. We completed the Revenge of the Cartels event, and that means next Friday for our celebratory 12-hour stream of Borderlands 3, we're going to be dedicating the entire thing to, as I said earlier, DLC for the Fantastic Fuster Cluck. And I am looking forward to it, and we'll see how much of that DLC we can get through. So I'm looking forward to some new Borderlands 3 content. But thank you, Jamera, for being here. Thank you also, Creepy, for being here. Thank you to Wipeout for being here. And also thank you to Forsaken for popping in and being here. So I will see you all next Friday for, as I said, the 12-hour Borderlands 3 stream to celebrate our Twitch channel hitting 500 followers, and the Fantastic Fuster Cluck DLC. Or maybe I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to try and start stream a half hour early because I'm leaving I'm going to have to end it half an hour earlier. But that'll be Spooky Saturdays, and we'll be trying to make more progress in Echo Knight Beyond. I'm pretty confident that we can do that. I highly doubt we're going to beat the game tomorrow, though, but we are going to make some good progress. And, yeah. So I will see you then. Alright, bye.